έχουμε υλοποιήσει δράσεις όπως η ορίμανση, λειτουργία και δημιουργία 25 δομών μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας και δικτύων αυτών στην Ελλάδα για την περίοδο 2014-2020, προϋπολογισμού περίπου 9 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ, και βεβαίως υπάρχει πρόβλεψη στο νέο ανταγωνιστικό πρόγραμμα 25 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ για τη συνέχιση του θεσμού αυτού. Η δράση, όπως με ρωτούν διαρκώς από το ερευνητικό και επιχειρηματικό κόσμο, το περιβόητο ερευνό καινοτομό, το οποίο βεβαίως ήταν προϋπολογισμού 600 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ την προηγούμενη προγραμματική, και ξεκινάμε με μία πρόσκληση της τάξης των 300 εκατομμυρίων το αμέσως επόμενο διάστημα στο νέο έτος. Τα κέντρα ικανοτήτων, μια σχετικά πρόσφατη δράση του 2021, που γεφυρώνει το χάσμα μεταξύ προσφοράς και ζήτησης εξειδικευμένων υπηρεσιών καινοτομίας και μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας σε μία ή περισσότερες αλυσίδες αξίας σε τομείς της ελληνικής οικονομίας. Μέχρι στιγμής έχουν δημιουργηθεί 11 τέτοια κέντρα. Και βέβαια, στο πλαίσιο του ΕΣΠΑ 2014-2020, ενισχύσαμε 35 συνεργατικούς σχηματισμούς, τα Innovation Clusters, για να τονώσουν την καινοτόμο δραστηριότητα στη μεταφορά γνώσεων, τη δημιουργία δικτύων, τη διάδοση πληροφοριών και τη συνεργασία μεταξύ των επιχειρήσεων και άλλων οργανισμών του κάθε συνεργατικού σχηματισμού. Μέσα από τον προγραμματισμό, τον σχεδιασμό και την υλοποίηση των παραπάνω δράσεων, διαφαίνεται ότι η χώρα μας αυξάνει διαρκώς τις δαπάνες για την έρευνα. Μάλιστα, για το περασμένο έτος φτάσαμε στα 3 δισεκατομμύρια 84 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, δαπάνες αυξημένες κατά 438,87 εκατομμύρια ευρώ, ένα ποσοστό αύξησης 16,6% σε σχέση με το 2021. Η ελληνική κυβέρνηση αναγνωρίζει τη σημασία της έρευνας και της καινοτομίας ως επιταχυντή της βιώσιμης οικονομικής ανάπτυξης της χώρας και θέλει να αποτελέσει αδιάσπαστο κομμάτι της επιχειρηματικότητας. Γι' αυτό κινητοποιούμε όλες τις εθνικές μας δυνάμεις με όχημα την έρευνα και την καινοτομία για να ενισχύσουμε τη διεθνή θέση της χώρας. Για την εξωστρέφεια και την προσέλκυση περισσότερων επενδύσεων, για νέες και καλά αμοιβόμενες θέσεις εργασίας, για τη διατήρηση, προσέλκυση και επιστροφή ερευνητών και επιστημόνων της διασποράς, για την αποτελεσματικότερη σύνδεση της παραγόμενης έρευνας στη χώρα με την καινοτομία και την επιχειρηματικότητα. Γιατί η ανάπτυξη έχει ως κινητήριο δύναμη την έρευνα και την καινοτομία. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε τον κύριο Υφυπουργό. Προσπάθησα να δείξω ότι είμαι πιο νεαρός και δεν τα φορούσα τα γυαλιά πριν και έκανα ένα σφάλμα και θα μου επιτρέψετε να ζητήσω συγγνώμη, καταρχήν να ζητήσω συγγνώμη από τον κύριο Νούνεση, διότι τα είχα γράψει τόσο μικρά τα γραμματάκια που δεν τα βλέπα, ενώ το πρόγραμμα λέει ότι θα έπρεπε σαν οικοδεσπότης να σας απευθύνω τον λόγο και ζητώ συγγνώμη γι' αυτό. Θα μου επιτρέψει ο κύριος Γενικός Γραμματέας να επανορθώσω. Ελάτε, μετά θα ξεχάσω εγώ τι έχω κάνει λάθος. Ελάτε. Ζητώ και πάλι συγγνώμη, τώρα τα φοράω τα γυαλιά μου.
It's okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Demokritos for this very special occasion on knowledge valorization, which is directly linked to innovation, which is directly linked to prosperity. And it's a great pleasure to have you here. So please allow me now to continue in Greek, since the program requires. Κύριε Υφυπουργέ, κύριε Γενική Γραμματέα, κυρίες και κύριοι, καλώς ήρθατε στο Δημόκριτο. Το θέμα της καινοτομίας είναι ίσως η πιο σημαντική, κατά τη γνώμη μου, πρόκληση που αντιμετωπίζει το οικοσύστημα της έρευνας στη χώρα μας. Ο δρόμος είναι ανηφορικός και δύσκολος, νομίζω, και οι προσπάθειες που γίνονται επιτέλους είναι συνειδητές, είναι συστηματικές και θεωρώ ότι έχουν στρατηγική. Ο Δημόκριτος είμαστε αρκετά περήφανοι γιατί θεωρούμε ότι βρισκόμαστε συνεχώς στην κόψη του ξεραφιού, βρισκόμαστε συνεχώς μπροστά σε θέματα καινοτομίας. Πριν από 4 χρόνια ήμασταν πραγματικά πολύ περήφανοι να ανακοινώσουμε την πρώτη διεθνή επένδυση από ένα διεθνή corporate σε intellectual property, σε διανοητική ιδιοκτησία που παράγεται στο κέντρο. Σήμερα είμαστε επίσης πολύ περήφανοι και έτοιμοι να ανακοινώσουμε την πρώτη ευρωπαϊκή εταιρεία, αν θέλετε, του Δημόκριτου, μαζί με το Fraunhofer Bonn και το Πανεπιστήμιο Άλτο της Φιλανδίας, μια εταιρεία που θα εγγραφεί στα Μητρώα του Λουξεμβούργου και θα έχει έδρα τις Βρυξέλλες, μια εταιρεία η οποία ακριβώς θα αξιοποιήσει όλη την υποδομή και όλα τα εργαλεία τεχνητής νοημοσύνης που αναπτύχθηκαν στα πλαίσια των προγραμμάτων Horizon. Όμως αυτός ο μετασχηματισμός ενός δημόσιου ερευνητικού οργανισμού στο να μπορέσει να καινοτομήσει δεν είναι καθόλου εύκολος. Είναι και περίπλοκος, είναι σύνθετος, διότι ακριβώς πρέπει να περάσει στην κουλτούρα μας ότι όλη αυτή η προσπάθεια έχει να κάνει με prosperity, ακριβώς όπως είναι και ο τίτλος του κυρίου Ντρόλ. Έχει να κάνει με την παραγωγή πλούτου από την έρευνα, παραγωγή πλούτου για τον οργανισμό, για τους ανθρώπους του και για την ελληνική κοινωνία. Και αυτό είναι ακριβώς που κάνει τα πράγματα σύνθετα. 4 μεγάλες προσπάθειες είναι αυτή τη στιγμή σε εξέλιξη στο Δημόκριτο που ακριβώς όλες συμβάλλουν με αυτό το στόχο. Το Science Agora, η μεγάλη κοινοπραξία για τη μεταφορά τεχνολογίας, τα γραφεία μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας, τεράστια προσπάθεια και από τη Γενική Γραμματεία Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας στη σωστή κατεύθυνση. Θεωρούμε ότι δεν πρέπει να παραμείνουν γραφεία, πρέπει να γίνουν τμήματα, να ενταχθούν μέσα στους οργανισμούς των ερευνητικών φορέων. Όμως βλέπουμε το Science Agora και θα ακούσετε αργότερα και περισσότερες λεπτομέρειες, πραγματικά να έχει εξαιρετικές επιδόσεις στο resource sharing για το IP και να πετυχαίνει τις πρώτες εξωτερικές χρηματοδοτήσεις ακριβώς σε θέματα αξιοποίησης της έρευνας ή πάντα ιδιωτικές χρηματοδοτήσεις. Το Smart Attica, το European Digital Innovation Hub που ο Δημόκριτος συντονίζει με κέντρο το campus, ένα digital campus, μια ψηφιακή παιδική χαρά, με στόχο ακριβώς να βοηθήσει τις ελληνικές επιχειρήσεις να μετασχηματιστούν με καρδιά την τεχνολογία, στην τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, στα Big Data Analytics και στις τηλεπικοινωνίες 5 και 6G. Ο Λεύκηπος, ένα ελιτίστικο πρόγραμμα, το οποίο έχει καταφέρει και έχει φέρει μέσα στο κάμπους του Δημόκριτου 51 νεοφυείς επιχειρήσεις που κάνουν deep tech. 51 επιχειρήσεις που έχουν απευθείας πρόσβαση στα ερευνητικά εργαστήρια του Δημόκριτου και έχουν απευθείας πρόσβαση στα δίκτυα και στις υπηρεσίες του Δημόκριτου για να μπορούν να συμμετέχουν σε ερευνητικά προγράμματα ευρωπαϊκά ή να μπορούν να βρίσκουν δίκτυα επενδυτών σε όλο τον κόσμο. Και το Innovate, το καινούριο venture του Δημόκριτου, το οποίο έρχεται να βοηθήσει την επιχειρηματική επιτάχυνση σε θέματα deep tech. Πάντα μιλάμε για startup, για νεοφυείς επιχειρήσεις σε deep tech. Το Innovate θα τις βοηθήσει ακριβώς να επιταχύνουν το έργο τους, να επιταχύνουν την πρόοδό τους με κεντρική στόχευση της τεχνολογίας διτής χρήσης, το dual use technologies, οι μεγάλες γεωπολιτικές αλλαγές οι οποίες αλλάζουν τον πλανήτη για άλλη μια φορά, επιβάλλουν και βλέπουμε τεράστια στροφή στο διεθνές venture προς θέματα και τεχνολογίες που έχουν να κάνουν με την άμυνα. Έτσι λοιπόν και ο Δημόκριτος και η αμυντική καινοτομία είναι πια κομμάτι του Δημόκριτου στο εθνικό επίπεδο, στο επίπεδο του ευρωπαϊκό, στο European Defense Fund. Ανακοινώσαμε πολύ πρόσφατα τη μεγάλη μας συνεργασία με την Group Naval ακριβώς γύρω από το EDF και βεβαίως στο κομμάτι του ΝΑΤΟ, όντας ένας από τους accelerators, από τους 9 ευρωπαϊκούς accelerators στο πρόγραμμα Diana του ΝΑΤΟ. Όλα αυτά έχουν πολλή δουλειά. Όπως είπα, απαιτούν μια αλλαγή στην νοοτροπία και στους δημόσιους φορείς και στα υπουργεία και στην πολιτεία που μας εποπτεύει. Πρέπει όλοι να καταλάβουμε ότι όταν θέλουμε να δημιουργήσουμε πλούτο από την έρευνα, όταν θέλουμε να δημιουργήσουμε οικονομική αξία, αυτό σημαίνει ότι πρέπει να αναλάβουμε ρίσκα, αυτό σημαίνει ότι πρέπει να μάθουμε να διαχειριζόμαστε όχι μόνο επιτυχίες αλλά και αποτυχίες. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και καλή επιτυχία στην σημερινή ημερίδα.
Ευχαριστούμε τον κύριο Νούνεση. Είστε πιο ψηλός, τελικά. Είστε πιο ψηλός από μένα. Είδα τα μικρόφωνα ψηλά. Τώρα θα το πάω με τη σωστή σειρά. Οπότε να καλέσω τον γενικό μας, ελπίζω θα με συγχωρέσει για την... τα μάτια μου έτσι καθευθήκανε. Να πάρει το λόγο. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, κύριε Γενικέ.
Κανονικά δεν θα ήθελα να κάνω μια χαιρετισμό από την ώρα που έκανε ο Υφυπουργός. Με καλύπτει πλήρως ό,τι είπε. Δύο λόγια μόνο εγώ θα ήθελα να πω, ότι σε συνέχεια αυτών και πιο εξειδικευμένα ίσως, ότι από την... Ο Υφυπουργός ανέλαβε τώρα, είναι βέβαια βουλευτής και στην προηγούμενη τετραετία. Το 2019 που η Γενική Γραμματεία Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας έφυγε από το Υπουργείο Παιδείας και ήρθε στο Υπουργείο Ανάπτυξης, ο βασικός, και από τότε κατέχω αυτή τη θέση και είναι τιμή για μένα, ο βασικός στόχος της πολιτικής ήταν ακριβώς για να έχουμε τα αποτελέσματα της έρευνας, τα αποτελέσματα της γνώσης, όπως λέγεται στη σημερινή ημερίδα μας, να έχουν άμεση εφαρμογή στην πράξη, να έχουν άμεση εφαρμογή στην οικονομία, να έχουν άμεση εφαρμογή στην κοινωνία. Αυτός ήταν ο βασικός στόχος. Ο βασικός λόγος ήταν λοιπόν για να μπορέσουμε τα αποτελέσματα αυτά να τα συνδέσουμε με την καθημερινότητα και με την οικονομία. Τότε κατηγορηθήκαμε πολύ γιατί κάναμε αυτή την αλλαγή, για αυτή την μεταφορά από το Υπουργείο Παιδείας στο Υπουργείο Ανάπτυξης, αλλά αυτή ήταν η πραγματικότητα και πιστεύω ότι σε πολύ μεγάλο βαθμό το έχουμε πετύχει αυτό. Αυτός ήταν ο λόγος που προχωρήσαμε σε κάποια βήματα, τα οποία είχαν άμεσα αποτελέσματα, όπως ήταν τα γραφεία μεταφοράς τεχνογνωσίας, όπου χρηματοδοτήθηκαν για να φτιαχθούν τα καινούρια σε κοινή δράση του Υπουργείου Παιδείας και του Υπουργείου Ανάπτυξης. Θα συνεχιστεί η δράση αυτή και στο επόμενο διάστημα και στην επόμενη χρονιά, γιατί πιστεύουμε ότι ήταν επιτυχημένο. Το δεύτερο ήταν οι αλλαγές που γίνανε στις επιχειρήσεις οι οποίες γίνονται από τα πανεπιστήμια, από τις επιχειρήσεις που θέλουν ακριβώς τη γνώση αυτή να τη βγάλουν και να την πάνε στην κοινωνία. Οι spin-offs εταιρείες οι γνωστές. Υπήρχαν οι spin-offs, αλλά το σύστημα και η νομοθεσία ήταν πολύπλοκη. Εκεί λοιπόν κάναμε πιο εύκολη την διαδικασία υλοποίησης, να φύγουμε από τα γραφειοκρατικά, τα πολύ μεγάλα γραφειοκρατικά συστήματα που υπήρχαν, και πιστεύω ότι μαζί με όλα αυτά τα οποία κάναμε την προηγούμενη χρονιά, τα προηγούμενα χρόνια για τα οποία συνεχίζουμε τώρα, είμαστε μέσα στους στόχους και μέσα στις προοπτικές αυτές τις οποίες έχουμε να συζητήσουμε σήμερα, δηλαδή για την αξιοποίηση της γνώσης. Αυτή είναι η βάση, αυτή είναι η προοπτική, αυτή είναι η πολιτική την οποία εφαρμόζουμε τα τελευταία χρόνια και θα εφαρμόσουμε και στη συνέχεια. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε, κύριε Γενικέ. Βλέπετε, αρχίζω τώρα και συνηθίζω. Αλλάζω γυαλιά. Να καλέσουμε λοιπόν τώρα τον κύριο Ντρόλ, να τον έχουμε μαζί μας, να ακούσουμε το δικό του χαιρετισμό. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που είσαστε μαζί μας.
Thank you very much, Vasilia. It's a great pleasure to be here. To be here at Demokritos, thank you for hosting us. To be here in Athens, the birthplace of European democracy, and to celebrate, because it's a special flavor today, to celebrate 1 year of our joint commitment to knowledge valorization. In 2 days, 2nd December last year, we adopted the guiding principles. You in the council adopted the guiding principles. So happy first anniversary. What has happened in this first year? I think we can be collectively very proud. Our baby has learned to walk and to talk and to engage, and I think this is only the beginning. So, and Minister Senatakis, you mentioned it. Science is no longer nice to have or good add-on. It's essential for our economic policy, for our well-being, our prosperity. Actually, I need to explain my title. We oriented the entire European research and innovation towards sustainability with departments for people, for planet, and for prosperity. So research and innovation is central, and your increase of 16% in investment is very important, a very important signal in this rather delicate, difficult geopolitical environment, and the perma crisis and poly crisis we are going through. So we see you, in Brussels see you as a prime example of how to do reforms to increase your performance in research and innovation, strengthening the ecosystems, and this is reflected in your very vivid and strong engagement in what we call in a technical term mutual learning exercise. It's nothing else than a Team Europe approach to knowledge valorization. So thank you for that. These guiding principles, 1 year old now, it's our 24/7 commitment to knowledge valorization. 7 principles, 24 recommendations. And it's a spirit of entrepreneurship we also heard this morning, which is characterizing this. And this is also reflected in the legislative initiatives you have taken. Brain drain was mentioned, smart specialization. I think these are very strong elements also in your policy. So what's coming next? We are very close to adopting 2 more practical codes of engagement in 2 more channels of knowledge valorization. When we started that policy, we categorized or systemized a bit knowledge valorization, and there are 5 main channels for knowledge valorization. It's intellectual asset management, it's standardization, it's industry academia cooperation, it is citizen engagement, and policy making. So we will come up early next year with 2 more codes, also co-created with stakeholders. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of you here have been actively contributing to it. On industry academia co-creation, 2 main strands there, creating an enabling environment for industry and academia. This is about strategy, awareness raising, skills development is very important, and of course, networking and communication. And secondly, about effectiveness, how to be effective in this communication. And this is important, how and when to involve intermediaries, enhancing the valorization of industry academia co-creation outcomes, and also assessing how to create and evaluate the impact. For citizen engagement, while the rationale is very clear, it's in order to respond to the real needs of society, beyond simply creating drivers for own profit. The practice is a bit more difficult. It's a question, who is owning the action? You need resources. So in this code, we will look more concretely in which stages of the process one should engage citizens, and how, and what resources are needed, and also to manage expectations. And what we see in these citizen engagement is the key element of transdisciplinarity, which comes into, because when you look at the solutions, the final needs, it is not discipline driven or faculty driven, but solution driven. So the minister mentioned already the impressive initiatives you have taken. You mentioned tax incentives. the spin-offs, the registry or startups. I think this resonates very well with the knowledge valorization policy we are doing together at European level. So we take this as an inspiration. And to conclude, I think this knowledge valorization and our cooperation is about inspiring each other. And you're doing this. You can do this even more by contributing to our knowledge valorization platform, where we have some of the Greek examples, but we would benefit all from more examples from you, so that we can continue this open dialogue, which is the success in the process for knowledge valorization. And so as we go to the second year of our baby, it will grow, it should grow. We know quite exactly what are the next steps we will take together. And with this European Team Europe approach, I'm sure we will be successful in an increasingly difficult, complex environment. But together we can make it. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον κύριο Ντρόλ. Μας δίνει έτσι ενθουσιασμό η ομιλία του. Πριν περάσουμε στην επόμενη ενότητα, μια και βλέπω ότι τώρα έχουμε και περισσότερες συμμετοχές online, ίσως είναι ακόμα πιο καλή στιγμή, να πούμε ότι αυτή η σημερινή εκδήλωση, και φαντάζομαι όλες οι εκδηλώσεις, απαιτούν μια συλλογική προσπάθεια και βοήθεια από όλους. Οπότε σε αυτό το σημείο θα ήθελα να ευχαριστήσω όλους τους συναδέλφους που συμμετείχαν και βοηθήσαν σε αυτή τη διοργάνωση, ξεκινώντας φυσικά από αυτούς που είναι στο δικό μου το τμήμα, την Κατερίνα, κάτσε γιατί δεν έχω και τα γυαλιά τα σωστά τώρα. Η Κατερίνα. Κατερίνα Παναγιωτοπούλου, λοιπόν, η Γεωργία η Τσόκου, γεια σου Γεωργία, φυσικά τμήμα δημοσιότητας, η Βιβί, δεν ξέρω που είναι η Βιβί Καρακοσταντή, γεια σου Βιβί, την Ξένια, την Καζδοβασίλη, ευχαριστούμε, τον Αντώνη το Γυπάκη και την Ντίνα την Γκόβαρη. Ελπίζω ότι δεν έχω ξεχάσει κάποιους, αν έχω ξεχάσει ας με συγχωρέσουν. Μου δείχνεις κάποιον Μιχάλη, αλλά δεν καταλαβαίνω ποιον. Σωστά. Την Ελένη τη Στατηρά. Νομίζω ότι είναι σημαντικό, όπως και τους ανθρώπους εδώ πέρα στο Δημόκριτο. Αν τους αναφέρω θα καθίσω κι άλλο, αλλά ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Και όσους έχω ξεχάσει να με συγχωρέσουν, νομίζω ότι αξίζεται ένα χειροκρότημα. Και ευχαριστώ για όλη την προσπάθεια. Άφησα τελευταία βέβαια την μέχρι πρότινος διευθύντριά μας, την κυρία Σπηλιώτη, την Αγνίτη Σπηλιώτη. Ευχαριστώ για όλη την υποστήριξη και είναι χαρά που σε έχουμε εδώ πέρα, Αγνή. Οπότε να προχωρήσουμε τώρα στο επόμενο κομμάτι, να καλέσω τον κύριο Γενικό στη δεύτερη ενότητα με τίτλο Council Recommendation on the Guiding Principles of Knowledge Valorization Implementation in Greece.
Ο Υφυπουργός πρέπει να έχει μια συνάντηση με τον κύριο Ντρόλ, γι' αυτό, για να μην καθυστερεί μετά. Κύριος Γογκολίδης ευχαρίστησε όλους, αλλά δεν ευχαρίστησε το Γενικό Γραμματέα που πλήρωσε για αυτή την υπόθεση. Λοιπόν, θα ξεκινήσω με μερικά, θα κάνω μια παρουσίαση σήμερα για αυτή την ημερίδα, η οποία είναι μέσα στα πλαίσια τα οποία πραγματικά έχει σαν πολιτική η Γενική Γραμματεία, όπως σας είπα και πριν από λίγο, γιατί και ο στόχος της εκδήλωσης σημερινής είναι ότι στη Γενική Γραμματεία, στη Γενική Διεύθυνση μάλλον Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, ξεκίνησε πρόσφατα μία καμπάνια ευρεία με τον τίτλο που βλέπετε, Tour de Capital, the awareness raising campaign on knowledge valorization, η οποία περιλαμβάνει μια σειρά εκδηλώσεων, όπως βλέπετε, συνεδρίων σε πρωτεύουσες κρατών μελών στο πλαίσιο ενημέρωσης και ευαισθητοποίησης των ευρωπαϊκών οικοσυστημάτων έρευνας και καινοτομίας, με σκοπό την υιοθέτηση σε ευρεία κλίμακα της σύστασης του Ευρωπαϊκού Συμβουλίου 2415 του 2022 σχετικά με τις νέες κατευθυντήριες αρχές που αφορούν την αξιοποίηση της γνώσης, τη διάδοση, υιοθέτηση και εφαρμογή των συστάσεων της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής σχετικά με τον κώδικα ορθής πρακτικής για τη διαχείριση των περιουσιακών στοιχείων διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας, καθώς και τον κώδικα ορθής πρακτικής για την τυποποίηση. Η Γενική Γραμματεία Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας ανέλαβε την πρωτοβουλία στο πλαίσιο του σχεδιασμού της Εθνικής Στρατηγικής Έξυπνης Εξειδίκευσης 2021-2027 να συμμετέχει ενεργά στην καμπάνια Tour de Capital for Awareness Raising Campaign on Knowledge Valorization, διοργανώνοντας τη σημερινή εκδήλωση. Στόχος της εκδήλωσης είναι η ενημέρωση, όπως είπαμε, για τις κατευθυντήριες αρχές που αφορούν την αξιοποίηση της επιστημονικής γνώσης και τους κώδικες ορθής πρακτικής για τη διαχείριση των περιουσιακών στοιχείων διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας και την τυποποίηση. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή από το 2008, με την έκδοση της σύστασης 416, είχε αναλάβει πρωτοβουλία για τη διαχείριση της διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας με δραστηριότητες μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας που αφορούσαν τα πανεπιστήμια και τους άλλους δημόσιους ερευνητικούς φορείς, παρέχοντας ως εργαλείο εφαρμογής έναν κώδικα ορθής πρακτικής. Αποτέλεσμα της πρωτοβουλίας αυτής ήταν η προώθηση στρατηγικών επενδύσεων σε υποδομές και υπηρεσίες μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας. Η προσπάθεια αυτή συνεχίστηκε στεναρά τα επόμενα χρόνια από όλα τα κράτη-μέλη για την επιτάχυνση της κυκλοφορίας της γνώσης στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, με σκοπό την αποτελεσματικότερη μεταφορά των αποτελεσμάτων των έργων έρευνας και καινοτομίας στην κοινωνία και τον παραγωγικό ιστό. Μέσω της συγκεκριμένης πρωτοβουλίας αναδείχθηκαν στην πορεία ανάγκες για την ανάπτυξη νέων πολιτικών και κατ' επέκταση νέων κατευθυντήριων αρχών για την ενίσχυση του ευρωπαϊκού οικοσυστήματος έρευνας και καινοτομίας, όχι μόνο όσον αφορά στη βιωσιμότητα και ανθεκτικότητά του, αλλά και την επίτευξη του στόχου να συνδράμει ουσιαστικά στην αντιμετώπιση των ποικίλων κοινωνικο-οικονομικών προκλήσεων και των αλλεπάλληλων κρίσεων που δοκίμασαν και δοκιμάζουν τους Ευρωπαίους πολίτες αλλά και όλη την ανθρωπότητα. Οι νέες ανάγκες αφορούν κυρίως την αντιμετώπιση ολοένα και περισσότερο πολύπλοκων αλυσίδων αξίας γνώσης, καθώς και νέων ευκαιριών στην αγορά που δημιουργούνται από τις αναδυόμενες τεχνολογίες. Σύναψη νέων μορφών συνεργασίας μεταξύ βιομηχανίας, ακαδημαϊκού και ερευνητικού χώρου. Αμοιβαιότητα στη διαχείριση των περιουσιακών στοιχείων διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας στα πλαίσια διεθνούς συνεργασίας στον τομέα έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Πλήρη αξιοποίηση σχετικών επιστημονικών και τεχνολογικών γνώσεων που παράγονται και διασφάλιση της αποτελεσματικότερης μεταφοράς των αποτελεσμάτων των έργων έρευνας και καινοτομίας στην κοινωνία και τη βιομηχανία και την οικονομία γενικότερα, προκειμένου να μεγιστοποιηθεί ο αντίκτυπος των επενδύσεων. Μεγιστοποίηση της αξίας όλων των περιουσιακών στοιχείων γνώσης που παράγονται από διαφορετικά είδη φορέων και όχι μόνο από δημόσιους φορείς. Μια παρένθεση εδώ. Στην Ελλάδα, όπως είπαμε, το 2022 είχαμε για την έρευνα το 1,49% του ΑΕΠ σύμφωνα με την έρευνα του Εθνικού Κέντρου Τεκμηρίωσης. Από αυτά, η συντριπτική πλειοψηφία είναι από τις δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Η ιδιωτική επένδυση στην έρευνα είναι της τάξης του 0,69% μόνο. Σκοπός είναι ότι πρέπει αυτό να αυξηθεί και ή δυνατόν να προσεγγίσει προς τις δημόσιες επενδύσεις. Ανάπτυξη και υλοποίηση μιας στρατηγικής για τη διάδοση και αξιοποίηση των αποτελεσμάτων ερευνητικών έργων. ώστε να αυξηθεί περαιτέρω η διαθεσιμότητά τους και η χρήση τους για να επιτεχυνθεί η δυνητική υιοθέτησή τους. Ενθάρρυνση των κρατών μελών ως προς τον καθορισμό και εφαρμογή εθνικών πολιτικών για τη διάδοση των επιστημονικών δημοσιεύσεων και την ανοιχτή πρόσβαση σε αυτές. Προώθηση δεξιοτήτων όπως η επιχειρηματικότητα, η δημιουργικότητα, κριτική σκέψη και η συμμετοχή των πολιτών στα κοινά για βιώσιμη ανταγωνιστικότητα, κοινωνική δικαιοσύνη και ανθεκτικότητα. Προώθηση συνεργασίας και μάθησης μεταξύ κρατών μελών. Ευαισθητοποίηση των ερευνητών και των φορέων καινοτομίας ως προς την τυποποίηση καθώς και το όφελος από τη συμμετοχή τους σε δραστηριότητες τυποποίησης. Στήριξη μεταρρυθμίσεων στα εθνικά ερευνητικά συστήματα για τη διασφάλιση της ελκυστικότητας στη σταδιοδρομία των ερευνητών με παράλληλη βελτίωση των συστημάτων επιβράβευσης και αξιολόγησης. Δημιουργία κοινών δράσεων για την υποστήριξη του ευρωπαϊκού χώρου έρευνας και δημιουργία κοινού συνόλου αξιών και αρχών που θα πρέπει να λαμβάνονται υπόψη από τα κράτη-μέλη για την ανάπτυξη συστημάτων έρευνας και καινοτομίας με τη συμμετοχή των πολιτών. Προκειμένου να αντιμετωπιστούν οι προαναφερθήσεις ανάγκες, η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή θέσπισε το Δεκέμβριο του 2022 νέες κατευθυντήριες αρχές για την αξιοποίηση της γνώσης. Σύμφωνα με τον ορισμό που δίνεται στις νέες κατευθυντήριες αρχές, αξιοποίηση της γνώσης ορίζεται ως η διαδικασία δημιουργίας κοινωνικής και οικονομικής αξίας από τη γνώση μέσω της σύνδεσης διαφόρων πεδίων και τομέων και της μετατροπής των δεδομένων, της τεχνογνωσίας και των αποτελεσμάτων της έρευνας σε βιώσιμα προϊόντα, υπηρεσίες, λύσεις και πολιτικές που βασίζονται σε γνώση που ωφελούν την κοινωνία. Συνεχίζοντας, οι νέες κατευθυντήριες αρχές αναφέρουν ότι η αξιοποίηση της γνώσης συνιστά μια αλλαγή προτύπου, εντάσσοντας νέες πτυχές οι οποίες θα μεγιστοποιήσουν την αξία των υφιστάμενων και των μελλοντικών περιουσιακών στοιχείων έρευνας και καινοτομίας και γνώσης. Στόχος των νέων κατευθυντήριων αρχών για την αξιοποίηση της γνώσης είναι να υιοθετηθεί μια κοινή στάση σχετικά με τα μέτρα και τις πρωτοβουλίες πολιτικής για τη βελτίωση της αξιοποίησης της γνώσης της Ένωσης. Ιδίως έχουμε την εστίαση σε ολόκληρο το οικοσύστημα έρευνας και καινοτομίας και το διασυνδέσεών του στη συνδημιουργία μεταξύ φορέων και στη δημιουργία κοινωνικής αξίας. Διερεύνηση του πεδίου εφαρμογής τους, ώστε να συμπεριλάβει τη διαχείριση των περιουσιακών στοιχείων διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας και να δώσει έμφαση στη σημασία της ανάπτυξης επιχειρηματικής νοοτροπίας, πρακτικών και δεξιοτήτων. Έμφαση στις νέες ανάγκες για την αύξηση του αντικτύπου της έρευνας και καινοτομίας, όπως η αντιμετώπιση νέων και επίμονων προκλήσεων πολιτικής, η ενίσχυση της συμμετοχής των πολιτών και η ανταλλαγή βέλτιστων πρακτικών μεταξύ διάφορων φορέων. Συμβολή στην υλοποίηση των στόχων βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης των Ηνωμένων Εθνών και της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας. Στη συνέχεια, αφού είδαμε το πλαίσιο μέσα στο οποίο υπάρχουν αυτές οι κατευθυντήριες αρχές, θα δούμε κάποιες ενέργειες τις οποίες έχει κάνει η ελληνική κυβέρνηση στο πλαίσιο αυτών. Πρώτον είναι η αξιοποίηση της γνώσης στην πολιτική έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Στο πλαίσιο του σχεδιασμού του ΕΣΠΑ 2021-2027 υπάρχει πρόβλεψη για τη στήριξη δομών μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας, στη συνέχεια σχετικής δράσης που υλοποιείται στο πλαίσιο του ΕΣΠΑ 2014-2020. Η ανάρτηση των κατευθυντήριων αρχών και των σχετικών κωδίκων έγινε στο site της Γενικής Γραμματείας Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας και ταυτόχρονα ενημερώθηκαν τα υφιστάμενα γραφεία μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας για την έκδοση των κατευθυντήριων αρχών καθώς και για τα ωφέλη από την αξιοποίησή τους. Θεσπίστηκε πρόσφατα από το Υπουργείο Εσωτερικών ένα σύστημα καινοτομίας για το δημόσιο, στο οποίο η Γενική Γραμματεία Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας συμμετέχει ενεργά. Στις νέες κατευθυντήριες αρχές υπάρχουν συστάσεις για την προώθηση της ισότητας, της πολυμορφίας και της ένταξης, καθώς και αποφυγή της μεροληψίας λόγω φύλου στους στόχους και στις δραστηριότητες αξιοποίησης της γνώσης. Προς την κατεύθυνση αυτή, η Γενική Γραμματεία Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας έχει εκπονήσει σχέδιο δράσης για την ισότητα των φύλων και έχει συσταθεί δίκτυο επιτροπών ισότητας και καταπολέμηση των διακρίσεων των ερευνητικών κέντρων. Όσον αφορά τις δεξιότητες και ικανότητες, στις νέες κατευθυντήριες αρχές υπάρχουν συστάσεις που αφαιρούν την κινητικότητα μεταξύ του ακαδημαϊκού χώρου, της βιομηχανίας και του δημόσιου τομέα. Στο νόμο 4957 του 2022 για την ανώτατη εκπαίδευση υπάρχουν προβλέψεις για τη διασφάλιση της κινητικότητας μεταξύ του ακαδημαϊκού χώρου, της βιομηχανίας και του δημοσίου, δεδομένου ότι θεσπίζονται πανεπιστημιακά κέντρα έρευνας και καινοτομίας, κέντρα αριστείας, βιομηχανικά διδακτορικά και επισκέπτες, καθηγητές και ερευνητές. Το σύστημα κινήτρων, όσον αφορά την κυβέρνηση, έχουμε ήδη δώσει κάποια κίνητρα με βασικό τα βραβεία καινοτομίας μέσω του Elevate Greece, όπου είχαμε την νεοφυή επιχείρηση το 2022, νεοφυής επιχείρηση της χρονιάς, τεχνοβλαστός της χρονιάς, βραβείο γυναικείας επιχειρηματικότητας, βραβείο κοινωνικής συνεισφοράς, καθώς και άλλα βραβεία. Όσον αφορά τη διαχείριση των περιουσιακών στοιχείων της διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας, που είναι ιδιαίτερα σοβαρό και θέμα το οποίο έχει απασχολήσει και εξακολουθεί να απασχολεί την κυβέρνηση και γενικότερα τα πανεπιστήμια και τα ερευνητικά κέντρα, στο πλαίσιο του ΕΣΠΑ 2014-2020 η κυβέρνηση υποστήριξε την ίδρυση γραφείων μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας, όπως είπαμε, σε ιδρύματα με στόχο τον καθορισμό κανονισμών μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας. Οι κανονισμοί αυτοί περιλαμβάνουν πολιτική για τη διαχείριση της διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας, πολιτική για την αξιοποίηση διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας και την ίδρυση των τεχνοβλαστών, πολιτική για τις συγκρούσεις συμφερόντων, εγχειρίδιο διαδικασιών, συμφωνητικό συνεργασίας μεταξύ των φορέων που θα συμμετέχουν σε κοινές δομές, καθώς και σχέδιο λειτουργίας των γραφείων μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας και των κοινών δομών. Σε συγκεκριμένη κατηγορία κατευθυντηρίων αρχών περιλαμβάνεται και η αύξηση ευαισθητοποίησης και της υιοθέτησης πρακτικών και εργαλείων διαχείρισης περιουσιακών στοιχείων διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας στην ανοιχτή επιστήμη. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό συντάχθηκε το Εθνικό Σχέδιο για την Ανοιχτή Επιστήμη και στη συνέχεια υπογράφηκε μνημόνιο συνεργασίας μεταξύ κορυφαίων ελληνικών φορέων έρευνας, τεχνολογίας και καινοτομίας, ενώ παράλληλα με πρωτοβουλία δημόσιων και ιδιωτικών φορέων διοργανώνονται διαγωνισμοί ανοιχτής καινοτομίας σε διάφορες περιφέρειες της χώρας. Προκειμένου να διασφαλιστεί ότι παρέχονται κίνητρα σε πρώιμα στάδια της έρευνας και για την αξιοποίηση της γνώσης, με τον νόμο 4864 του 2021 και ειδικότερα τα άρθρα 51-68, προβλέπεται η διευκόλυνση της ίδρυσης τεχνοβλαστών και γίνεται αποσαφήνιση ορισμένων θεμάτων που δημιουργούσαν διαφορετικές ερμηνείες στο παρελθόν, όπως και προηγουμένως σας ανέφερα. Επιπλέον, προκειμένου να αξιοποιηθεί η εμπειρία που υπάρχει σε άλλα κράτη-μέλη, η Γενική Γραμματεία Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας συμμετέχει στο Mutual Learning Exercise or Knowledge Valorisation που διοργανώνει η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή, με άμεσο όφελος στην σχεδίαση της νέας δράσης για τα γραφεία μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας στο πλαίσιο του ΕΣΠΑ 2021-2027 και στη δικτύωση μεταξύ των ελληνικών γραφείων με αντίστοιχα άλλων χωρών. Παράδειγμα αυτής της μάθησης από ομότιμους είναι και η σημερινή πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα ομιλία που θα παρακολουθήσετε στη συνέχεια από τον Σουηδό καθηγητή Ουβ Πέτρουσον. Κάπου εδώ. Στο ίδιο πλαίσιο έγινε εντοπισμός καλών πρακτικών στην πλατφόρμα της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής EU Knowledge Valorization Platform. Για μία από τις καλές πρακτικές που έχουν εντοπιστεί, θα έχετε τη δυνατότητα να μάθετε περισσότερες λεπτομέρειες στη συνέχεια από την προσκεκλημένη μας κυρία Χέλενα Ροζάριο Ντακώστα. Στη συνέχεια έχουν καθιερωθεί συστήματα μέτρησης, παρακολούθησης και αξιολόγησης της αξιοποίησης της γνώσης. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό και σε συνεργασία του Υπουργείου Ανάπτυξης, της Διαχειριστικής του Επιχειρησιακού Προγράμματος Ανταγωνιστικότητα του Τομεακού Επιστημονικού Συμβουλίου Μεταφοράς Τεχνολογίας και Διανοητικής Ιδιοκτησίας, καθώς και εκπροσώπων των Γραφείων Μεταφοράς Τεχνολογίας, διαμορφώνονται κοινοί δείκτες για τη μέτρηση της παρακολούθησης των δραστηριοτήτων και της επίπτωσης αυτών για τα Γραφεία Μεταφοράς Τεχνολογίας και των κοινών δομών μεταξύ τους που θα υποστηριχθούν κατά την προγραμματική περίοδο 2021-2027.
Οι επόμενες κινήσεις στις οποίες η Γενική Γραμματεία Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας και οι συναρμόδιοι φορείς θα εμπλακούν θα είναι να εμπλέξουν όλους τους φορείς στο οικοσύστημα έρευνας και καινοτομίας που επικεντρώνονται στις συνδέσεις και στη συνδημιουργία μεταξύ των παραγόντων, δίνουν έμφαση στις επιχειρηματικές δεξιότητες και πρακτικές και καλύπτουν όλο το φάσμα της γνώσης που παράγεται από δραστηριότητες έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Η επιτυχής αξιοποίηση της γνώσης βασίζεται στην ουσιαστική συμμετοχή του ανθρώπινου δυναμικού που δραστηριοποιείται στον τομέα της έρευνας και της καινοτομίας, όπως επιχειρήσεις, ακαδημαϊκοί και ερευνητές, φοιτητές, μαθητές, στελέχη γραφείων μεταφοράς τεχνολογίας και ενδιάμεσων φορέων, εθνικές και περιφερειακές και τοπικές αρχές και φορείς χάραξης πολιτικής, οργανισμοί τυποποίησης, οργανώσεις κοινωνίας των πολιτών και γενικότερα σε όλους όσους ανατομέα δραστηριότητα συμβάλλουν στην επιτυχή διαδικασία μεταφοράς και αξιοποίηση των αποτελεσμάτων της έρευνας. Καλούνται λοιπόν όλοι οι φορείς που συμμετέχουν στο οικοσύστημα έρευνας και καινοτομίας να μελετήσουν και αξιοποιήσουν τις κατευθυντήριες αρχές καθώς και τους κώδικες ορθής πρακτικής για τη διαχείριση των περιουσιακών στοιχείων διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας και ορθής πρακτικής για την τυποποίηση, οι οποίοι θα παρουσιαστούν στη συνέχεια από αξιότιμα στελέχη της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής. Η αξιοποίηση από τους φορείς θα πρέπει να γίνεται με τρόπο ώστε να λαμβάνουν υπόψη τις ανάγκες της κοινωνίας και τα ωφέλη για εκείνη, να εστιάζουν στη μεγιστοποίηση της αξίας των επενδύσεων σε έρευνα και καινοτομία, να αντιμετωπίζονται ζητήματα βιωσιμότητας, κοινωνικών προκλήσεων και άλλων προτεραιοτήτων τομεακών πολιτικών και να ενθαρρύνεται η συμμετοχή και άλλων επιστημονικών κλάδων όπως οι κοινωνικές, ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες και οι τέχνες. Να προωθείται η ανάπτυξη στρατηγικών διαχείρισης και ανάπτυξης δεξιοτήτων για την αξιοποίηση της πλήρους αξίας των παραγόμενων περιουσιακών στοιχείων διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας, να ενθαρρύνονται οι επιχειρήσεις να συμμετέχουν μέσω ισχυρών εθνικών και περιφερειακών οικοσυστημάτων καινοτομίας στην αξιοποίηση της γνώσης. Να διασφαλίζεται η αξιοποίηση της πλήρους αξίας των περιουσιακών στοιχείων διανοητικής ιδιοκτησίας που παραγόνται από δραστηριότητες έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Από την πλευρά της Γενικής Γραμματείας θέλω να σας διαβεβαιώσω ότι θα είναι πάντοτε πρωτοπόρα και θα στηρίζει όλες αυτές τις προσπάθειες για ό,τι καλύτερο μπορούμε να έχουμε για το μέλλον της έρευνας, της καινοτομίας και κυρίως των αποτελεσμάτων της έρευνας και καινοτομίας για την κοινωνία και την οικονομία της χώρας μας. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω θερμά όλους όσοι είσαστε σήμερα εδώ, να ευχαριστήσω τους διοργανωτές για τη σημερινή εκδήλωση και να ευχηθώ καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες της σημερινής ημερίδας. Ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον κύριο Γενικό που τον παρέλειψα στις ευχαριστίες. Άλλο ένα φάουλ σήμερα. Λοιπόν, προχωρούμε γρήγορα στην επόμενη ενότητα. Να καλέσω λοιπόν την κυρία Μανών Πράντο στο βήμα για να μας παρουσιάσει το δικό της κομμάτι με τίτλο Presentation of the Commission Recommendation on the Code of Practice on the Management of Intellectual Assets for Knowledge Valorization. Please, Manon.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Kalimera. Thank you, Vasily, for introducing me. And I will then present the Code of Practice on Intellectual Asset Management this morning. And thank you, Vasily, for reminding us about the number, the reference number of the code. I didn't know about the test, so I hope I will pass. Let's see. And thank you very much, Secretary General, for setting the scene, for introducing the guiding principles. This will be crucial to follow this presentation. I wanted to have a first slide with key definitions, but I think now we are clear. We know what we are speaking about. So knowledge valorization, just maybe to mention again that this concept includes also non-technological solutions. So that's really here the key element to keep in mind. And the second definition, very important, the definition of intellectual assets. So intellectual assets, they cover any result or product generated by research and innovation activities, and they can be legally protected or not. So it includes intellectual property in the traditional sense, so patents, trademarks, etc. But it also includes publications, data, know-how, prototypes, software, you name it. So it's not an exhaustive list that we can give, but this is very important to keep in mind, and that's also in line with the guiding principles and what the Secretary General has just presented to us. So a little bit of background, but very short, because we already have heard that indeed in 2008, we had a Commission recommendation on the management of IP in knowledge transfer activities, which was accompanied by a code of practice. And in the meantime, of course, the research and innovation landscape has evolved a lot. So in terms of actors, but also in terms of complexity of ecosystems and the challenges that we have been facing. And we have seen some international initiatives that were taken also by the World Intellectual Property Organization. For example, the IP Toolkit that was released in 2018 for public research organizations and universities. So in the meantime, we have consulted stakeholders, member states, and indeed the need to revise this guidance was very clear. So what did we do? We planned our actions to revitalize the European research area, and Action 7 is the one that led to the adoption of the guiding principles, so upgrading the EU guidance for better knowledge valorization. I won't expand again on the guiding principles because we have heard that it is about fostering entrepreneurship. It is about having this common policy line for policymakers at all levels to increase knowledge valorization. It is also a key in broadening the scope. So broadening the scope of actors that are covered and also the scope of intellectual assets. So linking back to what I just mentioned before. So the guiding principles were implemented or being implemented by different codes of practice, and we have already adopted two. So my presentation focuses on the Code on Intellectual Asset Management, and Yanis will then further expand on the Code of Practice and Standardization. They were adopted on the 1st of March this year. So let's look into the objectives of this code of practice. So we know that, and we have heard from the Vice Minister as well, that there is a need to use and foster access and sharing of intellectual assets to address global challenges. We are in a climate of perma-crisis, as Peter said, and so we need to make the most out of our research results, which we have in Europe. And this was shown by COVID. That was a prime example of this very need. So the Code of Practice aims to accelerate the uptake of innovative products, services, and technologies by leveraging intellectual assets. And here, the idea is to give guidance, concrete recommendations on efficient management of intellectual assets by aligning with the guiding principles in terms of broadening the scope to all research and innovation ecosystems actors. So the content of the Code of Practice, here we try to really address all the steps of the life cycle of intellectual assets and even beyond, actually. So we first start by establishing a strategy for the efficient management of intellectual assets, so from the creation point. Then we look into managing intellectual assets in joint research and innovation activities. And finally, we try to give some recommendations on how to bridge the gap from intellectual assets creation to the market. So let's look into the first pillar, you could say, which is this establishing a strategy for the efficient management of intellectual assets. And here we have 3 sub-chapters. We start by giving some recommendations on how to define and adopt a strategic intellectual asset management practices. And here we look into elements such as clear decision-making procedures and governance to apply the strategy, also incentives, value sharing and professionalizing the knowledge transfer offices. Here it's very important to rely also on support services and on leveraging the funding where possible. So, for example, at the EU level, I'm mentioning the IP help desk because today we will hear from one training from the IP help desk, and this is a service that can help in this regard. So, really look into these European services, but also at national level, there is a lot that can be done. And the second chapter in this first pillar is focusing on managing intellectual assets in a way that enables open science and open innovation. So here we are really exploring the interplay between intellectual property and open science, because they are complementary and should not be seen as two opposite elements. So here we look into this with in a light regarding considerations of publications, data, databases, softwares. We also have some recommendations regarding open innovation, collaborations, and this complementarity with IP protection that I mentioned. And the last but not least chapters of this first pillar, focusing on investing in education, training, and awareness raising for capacity building. And here we want to start as early as possible for students. That's very important. So we give a lot of recommendations regarding the mapping and promotion of tools that already exist. And the idea is to really foster this understanding of understanding intellectual assets in portfolios and approaching them as such. We give some ideas of what could be the topics of these trainings and awareness raising sessions. So identifying intellectual assets, very important, looking into the different intellectual property regimes, fostering entrepreneurship, attracting investment with intellectual property, arming students with the right skills, for example, for negotiations, very important. And we have several recommendations which are also more targeted to universities and public research organizations. So here, for example, to adapt the programs and the curricula to different research fields, so to focus on the wider interpretation of intellectual assets. And there are several networks that exist and which can help with this exercise of training and awareness raising. And I know that you have such, in Greece, you have this new network for the TTOs, which can help in this exercise. There is also InnovAccess, which can be also a first entry point into several trainings. And so it's just a matter of looking into what exists, and there is a lot. So here, we will go into the second pillar of the code of practice. So I mentioned that we are looking more at joint research and innovation activities in this case. And we start with a very crucial point, which is clarifying the ownership of intellectual assets as early as possible. And here for the code of practice, we took inspiration of our own program. So in Horizon Europe, we have the results ownership list, which is addressing this issue. And here, we really want to look into the collaboration agreements. We also have some recommendations which look more at predominantly publicly funded projects. But one key element is that we recommend to, from the very beginning, to list the background results, the intellectual property that exists, and the side ground of all the partners, and to have a clear understanding of what belongs to whom and what will be used in the collaboration. Then, during the collaboration, keep this list up to date. And after when the project is ending, then it will be very easy to, or at least it should facilitate how to understand who owns what after the project between the partners. So this is an important element, and it links very much to the second chapter in this part, which is looking more broadly at establishing clear collaboration conditions. And here, among ownership, beyond ownership, we also want to look into valorization strategies, establishing a common understanding of what will be the licensing and transfer of results approach, possibility of spin-off creation, looking into background results as mentioned, looking into non-disclosure agreements if they are necessary, having a clear understanding of what are the different legal provisions to which we might be looking at if we are in an international context. So this type of elements we are addressing here. And the third part of the code of practice, so this is the element which we try to give recommendations on how to bridge the gap from intellectual assets creation to the market. So going into the idea of what research results can do for society, so we have to translate them to the market. And here the first chapter focuses on finding suitable means for control. And this does not necessarily always mean to file for intellectual property rights. And that's very important to keep in mind. So looking at the intellectual assets that we have and seeing what is most adequate. It can be intellectual property protection. And in this case, it's important to look into different provisions in foreign markets, to look into valuation. And that links to my next point. But before going into the next point, also remember that there are possibilities to get some advice from experts. It's also very good, of course, to build capacity inside, but there is also possibility to get external help. So linking to the point on valuation, we really wanted to have this also in the code of practice because it's a very important point. There are different approaches to IP valuation, which we mention in the code of practice. And what we want to make clear is that we need to be sure what are the purpose of the valuation operation and what are the valuation targets. So here we give some recommendations looking into that, and also in the context of these joint activities, having a clear understanding, a common approach on valuation. Sorry. And finally, the last part, which is establishing monitoring, transfer, and licensing practices. So here it's looking at what you can do in terms of dissemination and exploitations, partnering up with partners, and looking into what can be done after. So patent watch, identifying complementary patents, negotiating cross-licensing, if possible, also looking into responsible licensing practices. That is very important point. And an extra recommendation that we give is that where relevant, it's good to also engage in collaborative licensing mechanisms such as patent pools and clearing houses. So that was the code of practice in a nutshell. Maybe to mention a couple more things. So we have several examples on the knowledge valorization platform, which was mentioned by the Secretary General. So we have a lot of best practices ranging from trainings on intellectual property or intellectual assets management, strategies, networks, result scouting. Of course, one more example, best practice to be mentioned today is the network from Portugal that will be presented by Elena, which we'll hear from this afternoon. And we also have our flagship event, the Knowledge Valorization Week. We had several editions already, and there are some recordings available on YouTube where we have some more insights into these best practices that I just showed in my previous slide, some webinars, also some trainings, so it can be an interesting resource to look into. And just to link back to my previous point on available support services and advice. So there are several existing services at European level, also at national level. Of course, it's probably not exhaustive, but I just wanted to mention here several Greek initiatives. So the InnovAccess and of course the Intellectual Industrial Property Organization. And that would be it, I believe. We have a couple of more links here, which can be useful if you look into the presentation again. And thank you very much. I think it will be interesting to listen to the training and to the best practices presentation this afternoon, having in mind what I just presented now.
Thank you, Manoli. Ναι, να ευχαριστήσουμε τον κύριο Νούνεση, τον κύριο Γενικό, που πρέπει να αποχωρήσουν για... ωραία. Αφού θα έρθετε ξανά, δεν το ξαναλέω. Δεν το τελειώνω μάλλον. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ την κυρία Μανών. Και μιας και είμαστε λίγο πίσω στο πρόγραμμα, να περάσω χωρίς καθυστέρηση στην επόμενη παρουσίαση από τον κύριο Γιάννη Σαγιά. Commission recommendation, presentation of the Commission recommendation on the Code of Practice on Standardization, που την περιμένουμε με πολύ ενδιαφέρον. Γιάννη.
Σε ευχαριστώ πολύ, Βασίλη. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Η Επιτροπή ευχαριστεί για την πρόσκληση και για την οργάνωση αυτής της ημερίδας. Μόλις έφυγε ο Γενικός Γραμματέας, ο Υφυπουργός, ο Διευθυντής μου επίσης, ο κύριος Νούνεσης, αλλά νομίζω ότι όλοι εδώ στην ημερίδα θέλουμε να βοηθήσουμε την προσπάθεια που κάνει και η Ελλάδα και η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή για την αξιοποίηση της γνώσης. Εδώ θα σταματήσω τα ελληνικά, θα βγάλω το καπέλο του διαβατηρίου μου και θα βάλω το καπέλο της Επιτροπής και θα μιλήσω στα αγγλικά για την παρουσίαση αυτή. Θα προσπαθήσω να την κάνω όσο σύντομα γίνεται για να προλάβουν τουλάχιστον λίγο καφέ. Πάντοτε είναι στρεσογόνο το να έχεις την παρουσίαση σου πριν από ένα διάλειμμα, αλλά θα προσπαθήσω. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for this opportunity to present this code of practice on standardization. I think that Peter mentioned this morning how we have identified the valorization channels. And I think it's important to understand what we mean with knowledge valorization. Manon gave the definition of knowledge valorization. It's very simple, creating value from overall research and innovation investments. And how we create value, we can create value through many ways. But the channels that have been identified through a vast survey that we did at European level are these channels you see here. We have the main actors, which are public sector, private sector, it's institutions, it's SMEs, companies, big industry, small industry, it's the market, it's the society. Standardization bodies, intellectual asset management, professionals, technology transfer offices, all of these are then actors. And the channels, as you see them here, and Peter summarized them earlier, it's industry, academia, collaboration and mobility, the spin-offs and startups, which we heard a lot already from the Deputy Minister and the General Secretary. You see also the role of intermediaries and how they play a great role in the knowledge transfer and technology transfer. You have the citizen engagement and intellectual property management standardization, and finally, how we can influence policy through evidence-informed from research and innovation. So for every of this channel, the idea is to create at least one tool that demonstrates how this value can be harvested, how the value can be generated and can be measured. And as Commission, we try to put our money where the mouth is and actually deliver one of these tools. And the tools that we have delivered so far are codes of practice. So practical guidance that help practitioners in doing something with these valorization channels in their daily tasks. And this is basically what we're trying to achieve also with the new codes that Peter mentioned. So at least one tool, and at the same time using Horizon Europe program to have projects that demonstrate also the valorization that can be achieved through these channels. So I took this slide from Manon just to align my presentation with here. So this is where we started. I don't want to go further into that. That's European Research Area, where Action 7 allows us to do certain activities. These activities resulted to the baby that Peter mentioned, the guiding principles on knowledge valorization, and the two codes of practice. And here I would like to talk to you about standards. So it's very clear, at least from the Commission side, and I think it's very clear for the research innovation community, that standards help create trust, de-risk the activities and the services and the products, and we can reach global markets through standardization. And it is true that it's a very strong connection between research innovation and standardization, but I have to say that when it comes to European policy, that was evident in high-level documents, but it was not that evident when it melted down to work programs. So we had the impression that these two strands of work, although they should actually be intertwined, they were somehow running in parallel. So we have research innovation on one side and in parallel track standardization without so much connection as we would like to have. And what is important here to mention, and I'm stealing this slide from the presentation, the training that there will be on the standardization, so it's from Sensenelec, is that when we think of standardization, we think of something quite heavy, a heavy process, quite difficult, that it takes time, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of collaborations, but at the end, it creates something which is commonly understood. And because the most important thing here is the word, I think, common, and it's the last the last thing here is for a repeatable way of doing something. And I think that in research innovation, we're striving in having something common specifications, common understanding, common way of doing things. And if we have that, because this, I think it's a basic practice for research, if we have that in mind, then the next step is just to make that a standard. And sometimes we have common ways of doing things without making them standards, but the best way in order to save and secure something inside the market and society and create trust among people is to create standards. But the idea that we need to pass to the research community is that you're already striving for the commons creation. So why not making the next step for standardization and let Commission also and other initiatives, also national and regional, help you on that. So this is the idea. I don't want to make standards look lighter than they are. It's an important and very, very complex process, but it really worth the effort. And that was identified in the industrial policy of the Commission. And that particular element there is that it's unexploited potential of pre-normative research, pre-normative work. So the industrial policy of the Commission calls for a code of practice for researchers, so how we can make research innovation create more standards or come closer to the standardization. And of course, provide specific service to the projects funded by Horizon with a project called Standardization Booster. And I have a slide on that as well. So we created a code of practice on standardization that aims these two very simple things. Just bring more closely these two strands of work, standardization and research activities. They need to start crossing each other more times than it actually does. And basically, if we can do that in Horizon Europe, in the Framework Program for Research and Innovation, I think that we lead by example, and then this can be actually reflected in the national and regional programs as well, and also provide guidance to the researchers on how to do it. But then the guidance is not only on the researchers. The guidance can go also to different actors in the standardization ecosystem. So we did a great analysis of Horizon 2020 projects. Back then it was Horizon 2020, when we discovered that there were more than 3,000 projects engaged in standardization one way or another. And let me just say a few things on this one way or another. There were projects that were dedicated to do standardization, to do standards, to create standards, projects dedicated to do standards updates and reviews. But there were also projects that identified that there is a problem in an outdated standard that was blocking their innovation activities. So by notifying that, it's a different way to identify a standardization need. And allow me to say that this number of projects, it's not small. There were a lot of projects that actually identified standards which needed to be updated or needed even to be completely removed or replaced. So through this analysis, we identified three different layers. So higher education institutions, research innovation organizations, that they need to have their standardization approach, the project and the project partners, and of course, the policy owners and the stakeholders. And all of this needs to be as inclusive as possible. So the code addresses higher education institutions. So very simple here, everybody needs to have a standardization strategy as a standalone strategy or embedded into the intellectual property or intellectual asset management strategy of the institution. And of course, reward your researchers if they engage themselves into standardization activities. Provide trainings, provide the education that is needed, and of course, help the technology transfer offices to engage also with standardization. I know that this sounds too much for a technology transfer office, like they do so many things engaging with the market and then on top standardization. Well, we don't want to make the TTOs as a standardization office, but standardization should be taken into account when we're talking about knowledge valorization. So when we try to make value out of the knowledge we generate, standards should not be outside of this discussion. And of course, if we can have national or regional indicators and evaluation systems for engaging in standardization. When it comes to project partners, very clear, analyze your landscape. Whenever you engage in projects, see whether you touch upon standards, when your standards needs to be updated, when you need to propose. And if you have that early enough, you can get the support you want as early as possible and then help you also throughout the sustainability and funding after the end of the project. We all know that a lot of things stop at the end of the project, But when it comes to standardization, if you are engaging in technical committees, that process cannot be stopped. So it needs to be supported and continued. And of course, try to include in your projects standardization experts or companies which are specialized in standardization activities. So an SME that could take up your standardization activities from the project. And finally, policy and stakeholders. So standardization should be part of knowledge valorization. So if there is a national strategy on knowledge valorization, then standardization should be one part of it. And then if there are specific needs that are come from SMEs and startups, please listen to them and encode them into the national strategy. And of course, whenever we develop standards, it is good to demonstrate that how this process is done and how easy it is for somebody to engage on that. And of course, if there is any support to be asked from the Commission, then it should be asked, but not only financially, also from knowledge and also from peer learning from other member states that they have engaged in standardization into the national policy. I was asked to give a couple of examples on standardization. So these are examples that exist in the knowledge valorization platform. And these are the two examples that demonstrate projects funded by Horizon, and they're engaging specifically on standardization. The first one is about healthcare solutions for older persons, that aiming to create, first of all, a common specification that will therefore moved to a technical committee to be created as a standard. It's the REACH 2020 project. I would not expand into that, but I invite everybody to go to the knowledge valorization platform and read about these projects. It's just one-page read, and it gives a very nice overview of how they try to do that. And the other is even more intensive approach to help eradicate errors in diagnostic healthcare. And there they have created already more than 30 technical specifications that are moving to technical committees in Sense and Elec. So it's very important work of projects that they're created and dedicated only to push standards further. I'm sure that there are Greek examples, Greek standards, and I'm sure that, we will be very happy to have these examples in the knowledge valorization platform, really. This is a slide about more information, and I would like just to go very quickly before breaking for our coffee with further initiatives on standardization. Just two more slides here. The first is the standardization booster, as I mentioned, is this dedicated service from Commission to projects that are engaged in standardization. And this booster helps, as I said before, identify the landscape, see the standardization needs that arise from the project activities, and help these activities move further, either to the update of an existing standard or the definition of a new standard, or anything that can help towards the standardization. And of course, it's not funding, is service delivery. So there are experts allocated to the projects that help the projects do the next step in their standardization path. And of course, the European Standardization Panel Survey. It's a survey that is run, actually, we started in the middle of October, and it will run for some time, just collects the needs from SMEs and the market. So we need to understand at European level, what are the standardization needs, analyze them and see whether we have the right track of standards that are going to be created. And of course, through this survey, we want to boost again the necessary reforms when it comes to helping innovation through standardization. Very fast activity supporting the implementation of knowledge valorization. So we are here in Greece today, in Athens, due to this awareness raising campaign, which we started in April in Prague. We have already 6 national events so far, and of course, trainings, and we have 8 more upcoming events in 2024. At the same time, together with the national events, we have events organized by the Commission, which are bottom-up. So we have a call for expression of interest for stakeholders, individuals, and companies that they come themselves and they proudly want to present what they've done on knowledge valorization. We have our first event in October in Brussels, and it was very, very successful and very big. And we had a lot of lessons learned and takeaway messages, and more wealth for the knowledge valorization platform, so everybody can access. The recordings are available. We have the mutual learning exercise, which we heard a lot this morning from everybody. Happy that Greece participates and takes good lessons from this exercise. And these are the topics that we are covering. And recently, we were in Helsinki about the networks and processes. And of course, we have the intellectual asset management, which it's a cross-cutting element. And I think that's very important for Greece as well. The knowledge valorization platform, I mentioned it before, Manon already mentioned it. Please visit the knowledge valorization platform, take some knowledge out of it, contribute your best practices. I think it's very important to have more Greek practices there. And of course, the new codes of practice. Peter mentioned this morning that we want to create more codes in order to demonstrate how the support can be provided to practitioners. Code of practice on industry academia co-creation and code of practice on citizen engagement. We already mentioned that, so I will not keep you longer. And with this, thank you very much for your attention and happy to be here once again. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ τον Γιάννη. Να ενημερώσω καταρχήν ότι όλες οι παρουσιάσεις που είδατε και αυτές που θα δείτε στην απογευματινή συνεδρίαση θα υπάρχουν στο site της ΓΕΓΕΤ, οπότε δεν χρειάζεται να τραβάτε φωτογραφίες, θα τις βρείτε έτοιμες εκεί πέρα. Τώρα, αναγκαστικά πρέπει να πάω να κάνω τον κακό και να σας κόψω λίγο το coffee break, οπότε ναι, έχουμε coffee break, αλλά επιτρέψτε μου να είναι μέχρι τις παρατέταρτο, γιατί είμαστε ήδη λίγο καθυστερημένοι, οπότε παρατέταρτο ερχόμαστε εδώ πέρα. Ευχαριστηθείτε τον καφέ. Ευχαριστούμε. Hello. Ό,τι θέλει, εγώ θα φύγω. Για περάστε παρακαλώ και να ξεκινήσουμε. Ναι. Έχουμε γεωγραφικά μέχρι τα σημεία που είναι και ερωτήσεις, αλλά τώρα πρέπει να το... Τέλειωσε. Πράγμα. Λοιπόν, please take your seats. We're going to the next part of the morning session. Yes. We have an excellent panel moderated by Katerina Pramatari. I assume many of you know Katerina. She promised she will do her best to finish on time. And I know Katerina is very strict on that. The workshop is titled How to Incentivize Stakeholders Towards Knowledge Valorization. And I won't say anymore, since we're a bit behind schedule. I leave everything to Katerina. Katerina.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here and our dear guests and panels members. Before we start the workshop, let me just make a connection to what it was told this morning. The topic of the day is knowledge valorization, and this workshop is how to incentivize the stakeholders. And we all understand that we talk about various stakeholders in that, from researchers, research institutes, universities, the industry, the government, and the other players, but also the society, etc. So it is about incentivization, and when we say knowledge valorization, we speak about the broader scope to create value out of the knowledge created through research, etc. And I think the presentations this morning gave that scope. The objective of the workshop, and that's how the panel members have been invited, and we thank them all for being here with us today, is to talk more about what is happening here in Greece and to give examples of different stakeholders and what role can we play. So I don't want to say more on that. I would like to start with our panelists. In the first round, we will introduce ourselves. So I will give the floor, let's say, to each panel member to say who they are, what they represent, and their perspective, to open up the discussion afterwards. So we're really happy to have Peter Droll with us, Director of Prosperity, Director General for Research and Innovation from the European Commission with us. And dear Peter, thank you for being with us. I think what you can bring in this panel is the view of what is happening in Europe in that domain. And then we will make the comparison with what is happening here in our country. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Katerina. Great to be here, as I already mentioned, but in this panel, it's a big question, where we are in the state of play as regards knowledge valorization. So a couple of points I want to make briefly. First, the overall picture. Knowledge valorization is about reaching our overall targets. And for the EU, and I'm working since many years, perhaps already too many years for the EU. It's my passion. I have never seen a European Commission which managed to have one overarching priority which is so unifying and known as we have now with the European Green Deal. And we have stuck to that overall direction and ambition. When we proposed it back in 2019, we didn't know that there would be the pandemic. And there were calls of now let's not prioritize the Green Deal, but we did the opposite. we accelerated the Green Deal with the National Recovery and Resilience Facilities. Then came the war against Ukraine and the energy crisis. We doubled our efforts with Repower EU. And then came a competitiveness crisis with the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, threatening our industrial bases. And we proposed the Green Deal Industrial Plan. So the overall direction is clear and remains clear with despite the external shocks. I think that is important for us in knowledge valorization. Secondly, we have new dynamics in the European research area. This was, if I'm a bit self-critical, for quite some time, a bit of a dormant area. Now we have a new pact agreed with all, with a shared vision, how to strengthen this fifth freedom of free circulation of knowledge in Europe. And in that new pact, there is a lot of attention to knowledge valorization. And the guiding principles, the codes, these are direct consequences of this shared priorities and shared agreement under the European research area. Then the question is also about indicators and measuring. And it's quite important here to make a link with the assessment of research performance, where for very good reasons, there is a very strong focus on publications, high impact scientific publications. But by now we do know that this doesn't say all about this excellence in science. And there is a coalition of stakeholders, associations, member states, under the name of COARA, Coalition for the Assessment, Reform of the Assessment of Research Performance, where knowledge valorization is an important new element, how you measure the performance. I think that's a very important element as well. And then my last point, you stop me if I'm too long. Yeah. My last point is about mutual learning, that we bring in the expertise and connect people and institutions under this overall target of knowledge valorization. And we cannot underestimate that, the importance of it. And you are a very important player here. So there was in this exercise a very good discussion on the role of intermediaries. And they play a key role. It's not so easy in terms of resources, in terms of strategy. But if we have an overall view, what works, what does not work in the European Union, we can improve. Is everything good? No, but I'll come to that later. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. I keep from what you said 2 points to make the connection. One, the way I heard what you said is that if we look at a European level, what we are doing as research organizations, researchers, research institutes, we cannot only use publications as our main performance metric. We cannot only rely on how much we publish. We need to find also other metrics, but also we need to have impact and measure it in many other ways. Do I get it right? Yeah? So that was one thing. And the other thing I would like to keep from what you said is the critical role of intermediaries and how we can use intermediaries to really have higher impact, achieve higher impact, and measure it, of course, and coordinate the activities. I got it. Okay. Based on that, I would like to share with you 2 slides before I give the floor to the rest of the panelists. May I have my presentation on? Sorry. Thank you. And I will tell you why I need this. No, how do I change slides? The last one. Okay. Are there? No, I don't see any. Yeah, yes, there didn't see any questions on the chat, and I will go backwards. Okay, I wanted to share with you 2 slides before we move on. Because for many years we have been discussing about the triple helix and how we can connect the government, the industry with academia and the research community, let's say, to create value and knowledge valorization out of this triple helix. And I think it's clear, apparent to all of us now that we don't talk about triple helix anymore, but quintuple helix. I can't even say that in English, correct? Where we talk about also impact to society and the environment overall. And so when we talk about value creation out of the knowledge organizations, we mean how can we increase our impact overall? And I think in order to see the impact happening, we need to see research results out to the market. So how can we increase the innovation potential? How can we really make sure that this is not just publications, but results that create more value, competitiveness, jobs creation, etc. And I think this morning it was stressed a lot that we should also think of standardization efforts, because especially if we want to see markets develop, markets flourish, standards are very often a prerequisite. And in this, out of these five, let's say, or out of these three circles, academics or researchers usually can play a much more critical role or a much more independent role in driving standardization together with industry players, of course, and the government, et cetera, et cetera. So the reason I wanted to bring this slide is to present the broader scope of what we are talking about. If we now see what is happening in Greece around this helix, I think the big difference of the last 5 years has to do not so much with standardization or the other aspects of knowledge valorization, but have to do with research commercialization. And because it has been an area where we have been behind, if we compare what is happening in our country compared to other geographies. But the most important, it has been an area where we have been feeling guilty for many years. And I think we need to take guilt out of the equation. And if we see, and I think what the main change is that this has already happened. So 5 years ago, people in the university space, in the research space, they were feeling guilty if they would think of research commercialization, not to act in that direction. And now everyone understands that this is the right way to go. I'm not sure if it's everyone. I think it is everyone anymore, but we need to see to make the cases happen. So 3 slides more just to show that. And that change, I think, has happened because new funds have been created in the country. Equifund that created the first funds, and now the Hellenic Development Bank of Investments that has a rolling invite and provides funds for the further creation of funds is having a very active role in the country. And that's why I brought these 2 slides for our visitors. The rest of us, I think, have seen this kind of slides before. So this has really created a new situation, a new momentum in the country. And this is just an indicative slide showing how many startups we now have. We used to have like some few, like tens, a few years back. Now we have hundreds. And we have our first unicorn, so we are in that space. And so we have a vibrant ecosystem. Oh, no, this is the last slide I would like to share with you. Sorry, this one. And we have a vibrant ecosystem. We have universities, research centers, incubators, accelerators. But the new thing in the equation is the technology transfer offices and the technology transfer hubs and the collaboration of universities and research institutes to play this role of the intermediaries that could somehow facilitate knowledge valorization, could facilitate research commercialization, or play a role in coordinating things or in standardization activities, etc. These are really big changes, and we really hope that these efforts that have started for technology transfer organizations will continue. And actually, we see them continuing. The main effort we now all play together with the ministry is not to have any gap, but the work that has been done the last 2 years in that field to continue for the next 5 years at least. And I think we are on a good track in that respect. So out of all this activity, what we expect to happen in the country is to have a totally new landscape in the next years. Already from next year, but definitely if we have a new such meeting in 3 years' time, we hope that it will be a totally new environment in Greece. We see this happening. So I stopped talking more. I just wanted to give an overview, especially to our guests, of what is happening here. And I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Sofia Pomakidou, who has a very active role and let's say profile as a very strong researcher. But the reason we have invited Sofia to present here is because now she's the CEO of a very active and fast-growing startup, but not of a spin-off. So Sofia could not really, didn't find in previous years the right context, the right ground to make it possible for her to do research commercialization in the context of a big university. She had to do it outside. And so that's why we invited Sofia, because she's going to be a star. She's already a star, actually. But why not have these kind of stars inside our ecosystem of research commercialization? So, Sofia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Katerina. Thank you all. I'm really honored to be here today. As Katerina told you, I've been a researcher in the National Technical University of Athens in the field of bioengineering. So back then, one idea hit me, one commercial idea, and this was the evil that came into me. So I had no resources, no team, and actually I needed to find a way out myself. The next step I need to take was how to implement my idea. I have to ask from people in universities, in academia, to stop answering this is the only way things can be done, because this answer kills innovation, kills growth mind. So back then, I had to explore funding mechanisms and policy frameworks. I have to admit, it was a really hard thing to do. There are so few funding opportunities for startups. But this way or another, I actually moved to the next step, which was to create our business model. As I was an engineer, I had the engineering mind. I think I still have it. But I needed to ask myself, how do we get money? My idea was to create a software, a bioengineering software, to support every professional sport club with personalized solutions for load management. If we are the optimal machine, we should be treated likewise. In the engineering world, everything can be solved with a business developer. I mean, if we ask for business developer, we think this person can do everything. Vice versa, in the business world, if we want an engineering solution, everything can be done from a software developer or a programmer. So I realized that we need liaisons. We need people to understand both sides. In my opinion, this is the way, and this is the point where most companies fail. They don't have liaisons. So this led me to our next step, which was to create IP. We need to create intellectual property rights. This is wants company startups to own IPR. They do not fund otherwise companies, but on the other side, companies need funding to create their IPR. So talking about my personal experience, this was a huge amount back then for our company. So we needed once more to be creative and find out ways to create revenues so that we could pay for our IPR. Once you have IPR, you need your MVP, mean viable product. Most founders believe that they can go to market when they are ready. You will never be ready, so you need to go to the market now. You need to act. This is the only way for the founders to realize their value in the market, and if there is value, actually. And then it was our first paying customer. Huge milestone for us. I needed to understand myself and the whole team that the heart of a company is revenues. You need to create revenues. You need your first paying customer. Hitting our first paying customer, we needed to create solutions for many further aspects, like customer support, like anti-bug system, automatization, sales scripts, sales procedures, etc., etc. And coming to my last point, we needed to actually monetize our idea. In this step, we needed to enhance our team with different types of people, because companies are not only about researchers and about ingenuity. You also need different types of people. And the only way to grow is to give. And we need to understand, to share this point. My message to take home is, please create great teams, not strong units. This is where value is. So we are really happy to have a strong team, to collaborate with great people, and to share common values. We are engaged to valorize our knowledge for the best. Thank you for your time, and thank you for staying tuned.
Two points to highlight from what Sophia said. First is that you used either mainly, let's say you said we, and it's actually you and we, your team that has made it. Knowing the case, I would say that you would have saved at least 2 to 3 years' time in the market if you could get support early on. You had to develop everything on your own. You had to first learn and then develop everything on your own. While you were a researcher, if you would have found a fertile environment inside the university, inside the research institute, you could have gone much faster. And if you are slow in taking your innovation to the market, it means that the Greek economy is slower in taking this innovation to the market, and the global environment is slower in getting value from your innovations. What Sophia also didn't say is that you are 17 people now? 18? Yeah. So it's a self-sustained company that has already 17 people. That means they have significant revenues from customers, and they have done mostly what we say bootstrapping. So they managed to get to that point with their own resources. So, and they had to do all of that on their own. So, it has been a difficult route. It would have been faster and easier if you could get the support, let's say, of your university or of technology transfer hubs or technology transfer offices, etc. And I use this comment to pass the floor to Sophia. Sophia, I think we all know Sophia Magia as well, but she has two roles here. She is the head of the technology transfer office of Demokritos, but she's also the coordinator of Science Agora, where Science Agora is the technology transfer hub connecting the key research institutes and universities in the country, like Demokritos, National Technical University of Athens, Athens University of Economics and Business, Athena Research Center. So Sophia is probably, out of all of us in this room, the key person that could play the role of the intermediary connecting us. Sophia, the floor is yours. The next Sophia. Sophia.
Another Sophia. Okay, thank you, Katerina, and thank you all for this opportunity to present to you Demokritos at first. Innovation Office at second, and most importantly, Science Agora. You can see it also here in the panel. Science Agora is one of the largest technology transfer offices hub. So let me set up the scene a little bit. Demokritos is the largest multidisciplinary research center in Greece. It consists of 6 institutes in different fields of science, ranging from life sciences to quantum computing. So you can see the variety. We have approximately 300 faculty members and another 400 under contract. In its 60 plus years of operation, Demokritos researchers have established the culture of protecting their IPs. To that note, we have already over the years 120 registered patents, 30 of which are still active. We have established 25 spin-offs, 10 of them are still active. But as you may understand, only a small fraction of this registered intellectual property has been successfully exploited. And here comes the Innovation Office. Innovation Office was established just 5 years, within 5 last years, as a necessity of the organization to systematically and more effectively harness the technologies that have been created by its researchers. So, Innovation Office is a part of the central administration, but it consists of 3 distinct offices. The project office, where we give information about the funding opportunities and the funding schemes, and we help them researchers for proposal writing. The technology transfer office, and on top we have the technology park, the Lefkipos Technology Park office. Technology park is a very vital asset in this organization, and it gives actually the boost to entrepreneurship. Innovation Office, and thank you, Katerina, for using the term mature. Let's say I see it in the program, mature office. But while we can admit, we may admit to be considered as mature, considering to other offices in Greek context, in European level, we have a long way to go. We still have a long way. But what we have gained after these 5 years of operation is that we consistently operate in 3 key axes. Staying promptly informed about approved programs, so we can have our own planning, the 4-year planning of the technologies to come. Secondly, we conduct continuous scouting within the institutes. We visit the labs, we talk to the researchers, and we do that continuously. And thirdly, we maintain a very strong network of contacts directly with the industry and through associations. So in this way, we receive information about the needs of the industry. The last couple of years, we had the privilege of coordinating the largest technology transfer hub in Greece. It consists of 5 of the most prestigious organizations in the country: the National Technical University of Athens, the Athens University of Economics and Business, the Athena Research Center, and the Institute of Communication and System Controls. Forgive me if I'm not saying the correct headline. Anyway, during this period, we had difficulties, we had many challenges, but most of all, what we have gained through this collaboration is that we managed to coordinate and collaborate collectively and to establish a common language of understanding. Common is a word that I heard earlier today. So we did that, and we exchanged best practices, and now we are in the most interesting phase. We are moving to a new phase, to the second level support for our organizations and our teams and our technologies. So the first level of support will remain within each organization, will be provided to the technologies and our teams from the organizations, and the more mature technologies will forward it to the hub, where they can receive more exquisite, let's say, and more specific help for their needs. So this is our small experience in the last 5 years, and there are a lot of to come.
Thank you, Sophia, and thank you also for stressing in that last part the importance of working at the hub level, where apart from incentivizing, let's say, researchers and the teams inside the research organizations, it's important to incentivize also the industry, bring industry closer to what we are doing, and gain the trust of the industry, because I think this is also a key element. And with that, Christo, I would like to pass the floor to you. Christos Vaitis is head of the Technology Transfer Office of Athena Research Institute, but the perspective of Christos, and that's how we would like, if possible, also to get your view, Christos, is how do you really work internally with the researchers of such a prestigious research organization as the Athena Research Center, and how do you, what requirements do you get by them, and how do you support these requirements? And because I know you're doing excellent work in that direction, that's why the question to you. After you introduce a bit more what you are doing with Athena.
Yes, thanks a lot, Katerina. I must say that I'm really happy to be here today, and thanks a lot for the invitation. So I'm Christos Vaitis, Head of Innovation Technology Transfer in Athena Research Center. I've been also many years living in Sweden, where I used to work in the European Institute of Innovation and Technology in Health in Stockholm since from 2016 to 2021, when EIT Health started its operations all over Europe. So within this framework, I supported many different startups, research teams from Scandinavian countries, and also Baltic countries within the digital health, medtech, and biotech. And just because the standardization is also on the focus today, it's very important to say that through my years in Sweden, I was also working as a researcher in Karolinska Institutet. And in this context, I participated for 2 years in the American Association of Medical Schools, where there's a very interesting work happening there. I was in the standardization committee, and all medical schools in Canada and US, they use the same standardization templates and ways of standardizing information that is taught in the universities. So everything starts from there. It starts from education, because this has to do with mentality. It's cultivating. So it's always nice. That was just a small parenthesis. It's always nice to talk about motivation, because one has to refresh its own self on what motivates to do what we do. So coming to researchers and knowledge valorization, well, recent studies show actually that, probably in contrary to what many people may believe, is that it's not financial rewards and it's not monetary motives behind why researchers are motivated. It's not a prevalent reason. It is a reason, but not a prevalent. So prevalent reasons are actually personal, career related, and it can be also social related. But that is what happens in the mind of people, and that is innate, because motivation can also and always be cultivated. So that's where I think is what we can do as tech transfer offices, as stakeholders around knowledge valorization. And I think some aspects that I will talk about, I see them every day as tech transfer office, but I think also more or less and in different ways are also can be found in different countries in different academic contexts in Europe. So, for example, one of them, which I think is really important, is what is the status of the research that is created. So, in different European countries, starting from Greece, we can see that whatever is produced on a research context belongs to the university, 100% in most of the cases, which means that it's not enough if a researcher is motivated, but then the result is not in his or her own hands, which means that the institution that owns the produced research needs to have its own strategy and culture and practically motivate others to motivate themselves to do the first step and go to this direction, which and I said within Europe because this is the status in many different countries in Europe, but there are countries like Sweden and I think Italy also that we have this professor's privilege that all IP created, patents and everything belongs to the researchers. So they are the one deciding themselves if they want to exploit and go towards knowledge valorization. So there are differences in that perspective. Another also important point is that I think we need to understand that knowledge valorization does not happen when we, for example, decide to create a spin-off, because this should be actually the first step and not the last step. Now we created a startup, throw them in brackets into whatever the ecosystem is around them, and let them find their own way. So there are examples also around Europe, and I think this is the direction we also need to head in Greece. That we create local ecosystem first of all, locally in an institution, whatever the institution is. We need to provide resources and assets available to researchers, because then for them it's easier to see the value and it's easier to pave the way and make the decision and start working on this direction. So to me it's really not enough to talk about creating 100 spin-offs and doing nothing with them. To me it's more important to provide the ecosystem and the ground for them to grow before they go to the market. So there are examples around Europe that an incubator, an accelerator, or even a funding company belongs to the same ecosystem of the university. So a spin-off or a startup coming from a researcher, before they go alone into the market, they have been through all the different steps of building a solid business model, a business plan, testing it, finding customers, which is number one on the priority list, and then make the move alone and go out to the market. So I think it's really important that we to do things like that, because then we allow the value to be shown to people who create the research. But we also think, on the other hand, we need to think, on the other hand, that researchers, they have limited time. They're also humans and they need to do other things as well. So how can we expect from someone who has been, let's say, the last 20 years working on research projects, producing results, doing nothing to exploit them, and suddenly you need to become an entrepreneur, you need to become a business person? No, you cannot do that. You need to work with others. You need to collaborate. And this is where I think we can also come into this and bring them together. I think this is the most important point of all. We need to bring two worlds together, and one world is the researchers and the other one is the need owners and challenges. So there is understanding of why, I mean, what are we trying to solve with what we're doing in the research, and who is going to buy it, and then try to get out of our shell and work together with business people, find collaborations in that level. So these are really, really important things, and I don't think personally it will never work if we just expect from someone to leave the research work and become an entrepreneur. It's not going to work. That's my yeah. What else? I mean, something very important is also, and I will soon close. Sorry. Something also very important, I think, is we need also to show to the researchers, and they need to understand what will be the return of investment when they get into this kind of activities. I mean, if I'm about to devote 30% of my time to work on a startup, I need to get something back. And I'm saying again, financial reward, it's like the list of the reasons that people are motivated to do that, because they can just stay and be a researcher for the whole life. It's fine. But who's going to use, right, what they produce? So it's really important to understand what is the return of investment. And this is something that is not going to come suddenly one morning to the head of our research. We need to show to them why there is a value in this. Why? Because we do what we do for society. If we do it for ourselves, then it's probably fine, but it's not really fine. And I want to come to the last point and relate all these aspects and all this access of interest for when it comes to motivation, which is also the mindset. The mindset not only of the researchers, it's also the mindset of those leading institutions producing strategies on a governmental level maybe, but also the industry mindset. These are not easy things to change, and they need a lot of work. And I think what we've done very good in Science Agora the last 1.5 and 2 years in this direction is that we run a lot of seminar and activities to try to sit down with researchers, and we even did a focus group very recently, and we actually asked them, what do you want? What kind of services do you need? What do you need to start thinking in this direction? So we got some interesting responses, and I think we need to act further on that. Yeah, and I think it's very important, all these aspects, and we do something in this direction in Science Agora. Thank you.
Give me some time to ask you a bit more, but because all the points you covered, I couldn't agree more. You touched many different points. I would try to summarize all that you said in one. How can we actually measure the impact? How the impact of bringing innovation to society? And the number of spin-offs, the number of patents, or the number of contracts is not enough to measure that. I would suggest we keep this question for the last 20 minutes of our discussion, because I think that is all we are saying. Because if you can, what is measured, what is not measured cannot be improved. What can be measured can demonstrate impact, can attract more funding, more support, can convince, let's say, the institutional or the people, the stakeholders at the top, whether these are the presidents of research organizations or CEOs of companies or policymakers, to support further what is happening and has value. So with this question, I would like to go back to Peter. And Peter, because this is also what you mentioned, how can we use other KPIs, let's say, to measure research valorization? Can you give us a bit more insight in that direction, if possible, of what is happening or of what to expect or how we can do it better?
Thanks. I'll try. So under this coalition, there are several. We have an agreement on 10 principles, which broaden very much our view. And there's a bit of past dependency, notably in the academic field. I mentioned publications. And now we are in the process of turning or translating these principles into concrete measures. This third mission of universities is an important element. The commercialization element is very important, and I think it will have a very, very big impact on our overall ecosystems in Europe. I think there are very important points here, and the return on investment is one, how we measure that, and I think we are still at a very early stage in measuring. We are old-fashioned. Also, our own program. I mean, we look at how many patents we create, but that's only a very rough indicator. And your figure that out of the 120 patents, 30 are still active, shows a challenge also. And it's not giving us a full picture. So we have some experience. If you look at the 28 indicators of the European Innovation Scoreboard, that's now quite well established. But when we started some 20 years ago, the common wisdom was that you cannot measure innovation. You cannot capture it in indicators. Now we know we can. With some proxies, some difficulties still, but we can. And I think the same will happen with indicators for knowledge valorization. We are launching a study, and Yannis is in charge to develop such indicators. So to map what is there and develop these indicators. And I think it would be good if we do that together in close cooperation with you.
Please keep us informed on that. And if possible, I think the problem with indicators is that there are too many. If you could, out of these many, identify 3, because usually the human brain can keep 3 numbers, not more. So you keep the 3 main indicators to focus on. I think this will help us all focus our efforts. So this is a requirement for your work.
I love that. And can I put it in a broader context? When we measure our economic performance, we look at GDP, gross domestic product. And everyone knows it's one indicator, but it's not measuring what really matters. Our social cohesion, our environmental performance, our institutional performance, the democracy. So we have, and there's some good news. I think with the work on indicators, we have more data. It's cheaper to use the data, also thanks to artificial intelligence, our computing powers. And I think in this field of GDP, we are now looking at the question of GDP plus 3. So to have one indicator for environment, for social, and for the institutional dimension of sustainability, together with GDP, which would give us a broader picture. And I think this is quite relevant for our discussion and work on knowledge valorization, because it's about the overall objective and purpose.
Thank you, Peter. Sophia, what's your view on that? To make it more specific, if you would like to measure your success, the success of Evo, your company, not just in financial terms, but also in impact that it can create on lives of people or other aspects. Do you think first you can measure, and second, would that help your company? What do you think?
Thank you, Katerina. Actually, yes, because we like numbers, we like numerical answers. Of course, financials are a huge indicator. Actually, I would like to know how many of the patents actually translated to financial statements. So this would actually be a KPI for our case. Coming to your question, Katerina, I think a key point is the impact in society. For us, it's huge to like interrupt brain drain. We have some great researchers that we actually work with. Actually, this is, I believe, so helpful for our company and for the society. Secondary is we are grateful to be close to our values. This is huge for us. We do not want to lose our values, and this is happening many times. Because when you start a company and then you grow and then you have some kind of success, maybe you can lose your direction. So values are a key point for our company and also for the society. And the third key for our metrics would be how many people grow along with you. I mean, leadership is all about this. It's not about becoming bigger and bigger, you and yourself. It's I always observe how many people are growing next to other people that think of themselves as leaders, because if you don't leave other people to grow with you, you are not in the leadership space. So this would be my answer, Katerina. Thank you.
A very good point, Sophia, indeed. And I can add one more. I think also the innovation you are doing, the fact that it improves so much the lives of athletes and potentially any other person out there, this can also be a huge impact of what you're doing. But it's longer term, probably.
Yeah, this is so obvious. So I didn't want to talk about this.
Sophia, the other Sophia, what's your view on that? On measuring?
On measuring,
impact.
actually, for me, measuring is about experience. Because if you know the numbers and if you have walked into every path of each and every case, then you have your own experience. It's not only data. If you see the data and the numbers, doesn't say anything. But if you have worked together along with a researcher during all this way to create to establish the spin-off, to submit the patent and everything, then you know what can go wrong or what is more useful for the next time. So all these indicators and numbers are very good for the experience. But apart from this, I would like to take a step back. And as Christos mentioned earlier, the focus group, we asked the researchers what they need. And the first thing that they answered is that they want to know what it is expected from them. So they want to know what is all about if you decide to go to this way, to entrepreneurship, which is not obvious. Because we used to use some terms that are not very obvious for the researchers. And not every researcher has the skills to take this path. So the innovation office, the technology transfer office, the knowledge transfer offices have this, they need to find the perfect solution for each case. If it is for licensing or if it's better for establishing a spin-off, each case is unique. So for me, the numbers are not everything. Economic value, it's not one way. We need to create to give the floor and the ecosystem that they can grow more with our experience, with our the new term that I would like to mention here is the knowledge broker. We had once the technology brokers, the business brokers. Now we have the knowledge brokers. I like this term because actually it is this way of bringing these different worlds together.
Christo, we interrupted you before, so I'm sorry you wanted to say more.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to be the last but not the least, because then you can find what was not mentioned and add to the puzzle. So I agree 100% with what was mentioned already. To me, also numbers without a story behind it's nothing. And indicators, I think it's important on another level maybe to have indicators that mean something. For example, in health, we need to know at the end the solutions that we support to come into the market, to go into market, to know how many citizens and patients' lives have we changed to the better. How have we lowered the costs in the hospital with a new solution in comparison to a previous solution? And you utilize these learnings and indicators to inform policies. Again, if we think European Union, that's not easy to have a policy for everything and expect it to work the same, because the environment is fragmented in a sense that we have different cultures and different ways of working and so on. But this is how I think the puzzle can come together. And there are, of course, many efforts to this direction with the EIC and the EIT and all these different instruments. But I think there's some road to cover. And I've seen, for example, in many occasions indicators to say how many startups we created the last 5 years. Okay, it's interesting, but what actually have we achieved with this 100 startups, for example, that we created? How have we changed people's lives? How have we created new economic activity in society? And I think these are indicators that are needed with everything else that was mentioned. It's not the only thing. It's just on another level.
You touched on a point on my last comment, but before closing with the next 5 minutes, is there any question from the audience? We didn't allow a lot of time for that, actually. Yes, please.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, because I think a cross-cutting element is what we call intermediaries. So we talk about the liaison, we talk about the right people and getting together, we talk about the ecosystem. So how do you see that? Because for us, I think it's the least touched point, because it's too broad and too vast, and we want to start from somewhere as Commission in order to do something for the intermediaries. Should we just try to regulate that? Should we try to aim for professionalization? Should we just leave it a bit more loose and let the ecosystem work on its own? Just let best practices here and there show the way. What's the best way forward for that, so Commission can take some lessons on that?
I have a suggestion for that, if I may take the question, because we've been working a lot, at least with the technology transfer offices and the technology transfer hubs, and I think we have identified the need where you could probably help. And the need we have, the gap, let's say, we have identified is that each one of the technology transfer offices and the hubs is now trying to set up internal regulations in their research institutes, to agree on processes and identify a way to work together, etc. And what we miss is a coordinator's role. So that it has come bottom up. So one, Sophia, for example, here, invited all the stakeholders meet once. And it was really great that we could all be together to discuss. And then it was where I don't see now in the meeting, but all Vasilis Gogolidis was invited such another meeting, or Michalis Ritsas once invited another such meeting. So it is now some individuals that have taken the initiative to coordinate. But actually, there is a need, at least at a national level probably, of a body playing this coordination role, because this will speed up, in my view, a lot best practice sharing, and it will give an acceleration to what is happening there. And instead of, let's say, relying on individuals taking the initiative, I think the European Commission could identify the need for such a role and help maybe local governments support such a role. And that would help, let's say, and potentially finance education or best practice sharing or this type of coordination activity to speed up the process, maybe. But there is a gap there.
Just a second, Katerina, I couldn't agree more with you. Just one tipping point. I would add that this person, this body, should have moral authority. It's huge for me to know that the body I refer to has moral authority, that has been through the path. It was really strange for me as a person and as a founder to talk about my dream, my business with future investors or future bodies that never had to take the same path. They couldn't understand what I was going through. So it's huge for me to have people in these organizations or bodies, or you can call it whatever you want, with moral authority. Thank you.
Authority and understanding, I understood. Sophia?
people always makes the difference. I think, you know, I mentioned earlier that we visit the researchers in their lab, into their labs. You cannot stay at your office and wait for someone to come. You have to go to them, to speak to them, understand what they are living every day, to discuss with them, and the sparkle will come. Because from this point, the idea will come, and then we can elaborate more in the idea and find the proper way how you should proceed. So if I can ask somehow to your question, I think that European Commission could give the tools and let the system balance by itself, because one solution doesn't fit all. So maybe in Greece we need another system. Maybe this is my personal, of course, opinion, but we need to find more people, skilled people. And when I mean with skills, I mean soft skills. They can understand and live and have the ability to join the trip of every researcher and walk through the same path together. So this is unique, and you cannot find a lot of people to do that. So my suggestion was to educate more people in this process, let's say.
Yes, Christos?
Yes, I mean, I think you covered me completely. But if I could add something, I think on the level of regulation, I'm not really sure to what extent things can be regulated, but for sure, to some extent they can. And I agree with what Sophia said just now, that there needs to be some kind of direction common to all, and then there needs to be some space for institutions to find themselves within this context and see how it works for them. But I also think that to some extent a regulation could probably awake some and start doing things, because if there's no regulation, probably they're not going to do it ever.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I used the term coordination before, but I would really like to build on what Sophia said. The right term is education. So coordination and sharing of best practices and train the trainers programs and educating and building more people that can really support that ecosystem. Yes, can we use 5 more minutes of the time? Because we promised to finish at 1, but maybe 1:05. We will try to be very...
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'm Agnes Piliotti. I was working in the GSRI for more than 39 years. So I would like to ask mostly the people from the TTOs to elaborate a little bit more on the issues of standardization, because as far as I know, this issue, standardization, was not integrated in our RNA policy so far. And I would like to ask Mrs. Mangia and Mr. Vaitis, but also Katerina, if you have such an information, because as Mr. Sagia stressed in his presentation, it's a very important element for knowledge valorization. If there are, and the TTO should also get involved in this. So I would like to ask the representatives from the innovation offices and the technology transfer offices, if they have such plans, or if they have already undertaken such activities.
Let's try to keep the answer short. Sophia, Christos, try to be short.
The shorter answer is yes. We do have indicators, yes. We measure everything now, and we are trying to standardize our procedures in the level of the institution, but as a coordinator also for the 5 of us. So we now, at the end of this procedure of this program that we all are into, this Science Agora synergy, we will have in common and standardized procedures for most of the cases that we need to deal with.
Yeah, and I can add that I think to the direction of standardizing things and processes, I think we all tech transfer offices in Greece also find support in, for example, the latest governmental decision to create a law on a framework on creating spin-offs, for example, which was not there before. So this is just an example. So what we do, for example, in Science Agora is we do a lot of work in this direction and try to create templates, which may sound very simple, but it's not. Templates of how to create the spin-off and how to, go all the different through all the different processes. But what I think is important, I think again, it's not enough for a tech transfer office to have its own KPIs and indicators and everything, unless these are aligned with the institution's KPIs and strategy to exploit knowledge and go give something back to society. So this has to work together, not differently.
And in respect to whether people from the TTOs can be involved in industry standardization activities, I think at least in Greece, these people are nowadays so overwhelmed because we are in a setup phase, and I think they will continue to be so overwhelmed and under-resourced for the next 2-3 years that it would be too much. But once the ecosystem matures more, I think they should definitely be leaders and coordinators in such standardization activities, if we address your point. One last question, we will try to be very short in responding to it. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I was just trying to ask, what are the overarching legislation that governs these intellectual property rights? Just heard that the spin-off law has been improved the last years, but we still have other tools that were already shown by the Commission officers and the rest of the panel. But there are other ways of also using, we can use licensing, we can use patents, all sorts of these things. And I'm wondering if the last 10 years has been an improvement on the overarching parameters, the framework, the legislation that enables a researcher and an academic from a public institution in Greece or from a university to talk the same language with the administration of the university, of the public researcher. We had this issue 10, 15 years ago when we started talking about spin-offs. Spin-off, of course, has been improved and we have a new legislation in place. Is this going to cover the rest of the activities for the validation and for the utilization of the research results, or do we need some more regulation? That's the fact. And the second thing is a researcher career in a public institution like Demokritos, and also an academic researcher in a university. Greece has signed both council conclusions saying that it will take into the improvement of their careers, they can take other means except publications into their progress. Do we have that in our national legislation now? So in a sense that somebody who is actually involved into patenting and validating results can be also accrued into the qualification that this has in Demokritos, all in the university, because there are two different things.
Yeah, if you allow me, I will take the response to this question with my role as member of the TES, of the, how do we call TES in English, which is the Tomeako Epistemonico Συμβούλιο of Sectoral Council on Technology Transfer, because we have discussed that a lot in respect to the last question you mentioned, whether this activity counts for the researchers, etc. The new law for spin-offs has some such elements, as well as the new law of the Ministry of Education. So this is a big improvement. However, this has not been well circulated inside the community. So many people don't know it yet, but the laws are there now, the last 2 years. In respect to spin-offs, the new framework has really, and the new law, I think, has helped the community understand much better the aspects and has helped a lot. However, in respect to IP management, intellectual property management, there are many gray areas still, and we believe that the legal framework needs to be updated and improved. In the at TES, so in the Τομεακό Επιστημονικό Συμβούλιο, we have already done some work, but I think the new TES that will continue this work and will come up with further recommendations. And I think this is the next step to work on in the country. So thank you for your question and comment. And maybe
can I add
please,
something very
please.
quickly? And
Yes,
I think
please.
this is an example of what you asked before about regulation. And I think this is what I exactly said, that the new law for spin-offs provides a window, provides a framework and some regulations on how to, but it also allows for adaptation. It also allows for institutional adaptation into this law. So not everything is regulated, but things that should be regulated, they are regulated. So just to some extent, that's what I meant before.
So, and I think with that, we could close the discussion. If you allow me a last, because we discussed a lot about measurement, I saw an excellent slide a month ago by the European Investment Fund, and it is a new definition for unicorns. So unicorns, we define them as companies that have valuation of more than 1 billion. And the new definition where Europe, I think, can contribute is a new definition of unicorn, where we measure the impact to more than 1 billion lives of people. So if we use this definition, I think it can help us all. Thank you all for the participation and enjoy the lunch afterwards.
Thank you, Katerina. Very well done. Nice job. Before we leave, some instructions. We pause now and we go for lunch. We come back at 2 o'clock local time. Everything will remain the same. I mean, we reconvene at this auditorium and we will have the 2 best practices from Portugal and Sweden in English, and afterwards we'll say more. See you at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Μίλα. Εδώ, πάστε αυτά, 100.
Μπορώ να το κλείσω λίγο.
Can I please ask all of you to take your seats so we can start without any delays?
You know I'm the bad guy. You should take your seats now, please. Please take your seats. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. We would like to welcome you to this session, which takes place today, as Ms. Magia said before, in the largest research center of Greece, one of the Greek centers that are in the forefront of issues related with technology transmission and innovation due to the excellent research that is being conducted here. My name is Katerina Panagiotopoulou. I am here on behalf of the General Secretariat for Research and Innovation, and I am a policy officer in the Research and Innovation Policy Planning and Programming Division. During 2023, through mutual learning exercise, a new and exciting initiative for the sharing of the best practices regarding the dissemination of knowledge and the policy exchange, launched by the European Commission, we have the chance, many thanks to Mr. Droll and his team, many thanks to our Secretary General and to our former director, Agnes Pliotti. We have had the chance to visit various countries in Europe. Some of them lead the way in matters related to innovation transfer, while others have made remarkable progress in a very short time span, thanks to reforms and the judicious use of new tools and practices, as well as thanks to have built successful collaborations, efficient management of intellectual assets, and trusted networks. We have had also the opportunity to become acquainted with the best practices followed by those countries, which led to them achieving these remarkable results, and most importantly, to exchange our insights, our experience, as well as the common agony for the challenges we face on how policy planners can contribute through new suggestions and new ways to the development of a total ecosystem for the sharing of knowledge and innovation. We have also learned about another initiative launched by the European Commission, the Knowledge Valorization Platform, where best practices from the European countries have been collected and uploaded by field of interest onto a single repository so they can be available to all interested parties. In an effort to convey all the benefits of these initiatives to you and to share some of the best practices we have become familiar with, we have invited two distinguished speakers who have honored us by being here today. The first one is Ms. Helena Rosario da Costa from Portugal, a country which has made remarkable progress during the past few years in order to overcome the limitations technology transfer offices face in managing and commercializing their intellectual property portfolio. We first met Ms. Helena Rosario da Costa through this platform. Our second guest is Professor Ulf Pettersson from Sweden, whose presentation we were lucky enough to attend in beautiful Stockholm, the capital of a country which has developed an ecosystem that serves as a model to all European countries in matters related to innovation transfer. Professor's presentation not only inspired all attendees, but it opened new vistas in the challenging issues of intellectual assets management. So at this point, I would like to ask our guests to take their seats.
Before we begin, I would like to inform you all that following the two presentations, we will have 15 minutes for any questions you would like to address to either or both of our speakers. For those of you attending the session online, you may submit your questions by posting them on chat. So I would like to ask our guests to tell us a few things about themselves before they begin their presentation. Mr. Rosario, the floor is yours.
So, hello everyone. My name is Helena Rosario da Costa. I'm from National Innovation Agency, which I am a policy officer for knowledge valorization and standardization for innovation. And I'm the responsible for, alongside my colleague Katiushka, we are responsible for the network of TTOs and also for the programs that I'm going to present after.
Yeah, that's it.
So I'm integrate a little bit who I am in my presentation, but I'm a professor of law that worked in intellectual asset management for 30 years. I'm also an affiliated professor in innovation and strategy, and I worked a lot with entrepreneurship schools. And over the years, been traveling around the world in tech transfer issues, and so I have a long kind of background in this sphere in different levels.
Thank you. So, Mrs. Rosario, we start the presentation.
The presentation. So, once again, good afternoon. In this session, I'm going to present you to the National Innovation Agency of Portugal, also known as ANI. That is a governmental organization with the mission to finance and promote innovation to enhance Portugal's competitiveness across various sectors. ANI plays a pivotal role in advancing Portugal's national innovation system by fostering collaboration among business, academia, and other key stakeholders such as intermediary agents. Throughout these connections, ANI facilitates the exchange of knowledge, supports the development of innovation projects, and encourages the valorization of knowledge from academia to industry. It offers a range of programs designed to support innovation initiatives. These programs include funding opportunities, specialized training, and assistance in the management of research and innovation programs. By providing this research, ANI contributes significantly to the growth of Portugal innovation ecosystem and helps the country ambitions to be at the fair front to technology advancements, economic development, and global competitiveness. So the technology transfer offices, as you all know, are pivotal structures in higher education institutions that are responsible for driving knowledge transfer and valorization activities. They serve as key actors in the process of translating knowledge generated in various research centers and laboratories within their higher education institutions. One of the national innovation significant initiatives was to establish the TTO network. By interconnecting the academic TTOs, the network pretends to foster collaboration and knowledge sharing. This interconnectedness strengthens the collective capability to harness the potential of academic research and innovation. The network also provides specialized training to TTO professionals, equipping them with the skills and knowledge required to excel the technology transfer and valorization activities. It works to also dynamize the ecosystem, facilitating the interactions between academia, industry, and other stakeholders. And lastly, we also oversee and monitor the technology transfer offices, ensuring that it operates smoothly, maximize the impact of knowledge and innovation in Portugal. So the TTO network was established by ANI in 2018, and during the last year, we start doing the specialized training, the ecosystem, the dynamization, and also start doing the knowledge transfer monitoring. The technological scouting program was designed to meticulously scout promising technologies and innovations being developed in the higher education institutions. The program aims to support ETOs for identifying technology with potential for commercialization or social impact. ANI offers specialized sessions to equip the TO's teams with the skills needs for IP management, technology scouting, and decision-making. Includes a mentorship program with international IP experts providing valuable guidance and insights to specific hands-on problems. Also, we develop with the TTOs their own portfolio, intellectual property portfolios. Here we have an example of Algarve University IP portfolio that was developed during the program. And also during the time of developing the portfolio, we also give more specialized training to emphasize the effective management of the IP, involving monitoring, evaluations, strategic decisions regarding keeping or leaving the actual IP in the universities, because can be really expensive, and Portuguese universities sometimes don't have the funding to support their technological portfolio. But most importantly, what we focus is the future of the new research projects that are also presented in these technological portfolios. In the second, we have a second program that it's the Patent Registration Promotion Program, which provides support to Academy Technology Transfer Office in safeguarding intellectual property in their technological portfolios. We also have a mentorship program, which they collaborate also with experts for guidance and the specialized training in patent law, patent search, drafting, IP strategy. We also support the patent applications and submissions of those patent applications. So, we have a third program also, that is Open Innovation Challenge, that play a crucial role in establishing direct correspondence between academia and also with the market needs. This program starts by identifying market needs and challenge with SMEs and also with the big companies in Portugal, where we engage with these companies, ask them which are real problems that they need to solve. And then we go to the TTOs and we ask them to scout within their portfolio for solutions that can be that can correspond to the specific challenge. And we incentivize the TTOs to issue calls to invite the innovators and the researchers to participate in. And in the end of the program, ANI supports the winning ideas with funding for developing proof of concepts with these SMEs and big companies. So this year we had GALP, which is an energy. We have NOS, that is a big telecommunication company in Portugal. Critical Software, which is in the area of artificial intelligence, is one of our unicorns, and Geosat is one of the only European companies who has satellites. So we have only Airbus, which is really, really big, and then we have this startup in Portugal. So this challenge was related to Earth observation. It's really interesting that the researchers that participated in Geosat challenge were employed by the company. Critical Software actually is funding a full scholarship PhD for one of the researchers that were working in doing the challenge, and this is one of the biggest achievements of this program. But more importantly, why we design these programs. So this will take you over a typical journey of a research project timeline in Portugal. As you can see, it can take up to 10 years from the research and development to the commercialization of the innovation. So here we began with the Ukraine initiative. There was a communitary funding, which this team and this research team focus on research and development actions from 2002 and to 2015. And moving forward, we have the intervention of the TTO. So in Portugal, the TTO only goes in when it goes to the different types of research funding, more applied than fundamental. So TTO, when undertaking what we expect when a TTO undertakes the implementation of the technological scouting program, is faced with multiple projects that are in this first phase. Which already benefit from competitive funding, some national, some international, some European. And they actually demonstrate, a lot of them demonstrate remarkable potential. So what we expect is that the TTOs choose to use the technological scouting program in order to carry out a very effective management strategy of these assets, and to study the potential of the asset together with the expectations of the researchers. Subsequent to the technological scouting program, the TTO, we want that the TTO recognize the commercial potential of the project, and what we want with this program is to create a strategy for the project. And most of the cases in Portugal is the TTO is writing the proposals for the fundings that is used to protect the inventions. So in this time, in our project, in our programs, what we do is, with the mentorship, with the capacity building, is to write an adequate strategy protection of the innovative elements inherent of the project, and of course assist the TTO with all the necessary elements for writing a good proposal for winning this type of fundings, national fundings, to support the research team in their strategy for IPR. So after the successful strategy is implemented, past 10 years, and we are now in the phase where the research team can actually secure highly competitive funding from international sources like Horizons, like IOC, that it's also the responsibility of national innovation agencies. So all of these programs try to build up an ecosystem to these European funding programs, and also for the national funding programs. Our main goal is to establish, alongside with the TTO, an effective strategy for smart management intellectual assets from day one, where we promote a more open communication between the TTO and the researchers to create awareness and clarifying ownership provisions early as possible, and also transfer and license patents inside their institutions. So this is the main goal of the code of practice. So this is the first year of these programs from the TTOs. We have the network, and we have a lot of programs in the past. But this was the first year where we tried to implement it, the codes, try to establish a more direct contact with the TTOs. So until now, we have actually been very, very happy with the results, and we are trying, and we will implement the second edition in the beginning of the next year, where we pretend to introduce also the standardization and create a fourth program just for the standardization process within TTOs. Of course, we also have a lot of collaboration and a lot of events. Actually, we already go to the third National TTO conference. We have the demo day for the technological scouting program, which is an occasion where the TTOs go together and present their portfolios and talk about their pains, their struggles, and we also tend to have partners from other national agencies that has funding mechanisms to these areas. And the third events that we have is related to open innovation bootcamps, is the matchmaking events when we can meet the industry partners of the program. We can pitch them the ideas. They are there, listen, see if there is some adjustments, and it's a really nice day because it tends to create a lot of connections. Of course, we also develop case studies, policy briefs, and more recently we finished the first atlas of all the TTOs in Portugal that in higher education institutions will be publishing in the next month with their indicators and some assessment of their activities. So throughout these activities, Annie actually wants to keeps working towards strengthening Portugal innovative ecosystems and driving the country's competitiveness on the global stage, and also support the higher education institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena, so much for your today's contribution. So, Professor, please take the floor.
Change the slides. Okay. Excellent, thank you. So nice to be here. I'm Ulf Petrosson. As I introduced myself, I'm an old timer in intellectual asset management issues. I'm going to talk about a program that we started off at the University of Gothenburg, but also at Chalmers University of Technology. But in the end, we were 15 universities together with the Swedish Patent Office and also other actors in the sort of say ecosystem, where we focused on intellectual asset management for universities. It started off in 2008. And we run it until I think it was 2016, something like that. And I'm going to explain a little bit the journey behind it. So it was 1988. I was recruited to develop the field of intellectual property at the law school in Göteborg. At the time, I saw intellectual property management as a way to protect. So it was intellectual property was about patents, copyright, trademark rights, design rights, a little bit trade secrets, a tiny bit licensing, but that was very focused on the right side of intellectual property. I think, however, it was somewhere in the late 1990s, and it was directly related to digitization. Three things happened, more or less, when you look upon it historically at the same time. The first thing was that Swedish big industry recognized that the intellectual property was not only something that was good to have, it was something strategic. So AstraZeneca had the big drug Losec, and they recognized that their IP strategy and how they work with intellectual property management was like a key feature, not only to protect the drug, but also how to develop the business as such. Ericsson, who were the telecom firm Ericsson, had a similar experience, and they recognized that how important intellectual property was in relation to standardization and how to position the firm in the future of the telecom market. And also that generated that intellectual property became a strategic tool for industry. So at the time, we created a industry-driven center for intellectual property at Chalmers University and also University of Gothenburg, focusing on this kind of transformation. But it was more or less at the same time that suddenly we were contacted a lot of actors, primarily in US, focusing on tech transfer. So something happened there that suddenly it became like a pressure that we need to focus on tech transfer from an intellectual property point of view. And it was primarily the Bayh-Dole development, so forth in US, but also we could see that this has a big impact in the European setting, how we think in relation to how university operates. And then thirdly, it also became clear that if we're going to start off and creating new firms, intellectual property was like the main thing. It was technology driven, and we now focused on intellectual property and intellectual property management as the way to build business. So suddenly, coming from the intellectual property background, we were more thinking of the patentable invention, the data, the software, what is actually, so to say, the intellectual property is protecting. So we focus more on the inventions than on the patents, more on the trademarks than on the trademark rights, more on the design than the design rights, and then see how the rights could be used to enable innovation and create value. And it was a mind shift. And I think that was another 10 years, we primarily was thinking more or less like that. But the last 10 years or so, I would say we take one step further, and we recognize in this value creation, it's all about openness and how to govern openness in all relationships. And this was driven to a large extent of the development in open source, the general public license, Creative Commons, all these kind of initiatives where it became clear that it was not intellectual property or openness, it was how we manage openness. We need intellectual property and govern openness. So I think that's where we are now. That intellectual property management, it's still protection. It's very much about building business, but it's about governing, so to say, the openness in all possible relationships. And in that thinking, when we have that approach, of course, it also then becomes clear that this has not only to do with intellectual property rights and the assets behind the intellectual property rights. It's much more than that. And then we talk much, much more about intellectual assets. So if we discuss that, which has been there for quite many years now, we tend to discuss, and we start off that journey in this IP field. So intellectual asset management, going back many years, we tend to talk about it very close to intellectual property. Intellectual asset and intellectual property was almost the same for quite a long time. But then I would say it was around in the middle of, say, 2004, 2005, and it was, when it comes to universities, a lot to so to say, the result of what went on the European Commission, starting to use the term background and foreground, background and project results. After a while, we started to see that this kind of organizational approach to intellectual assets management becomes much more interesting. How do you use contract? We don't necessarily have to have an intellectual property. We could see other resources being the foundation for the transactions. So background and foreground could be much more than intellectual property or intellectual property rights. I would say the last 10 years or so, intellectual asset management has been much more integrated in the work with the compliance. So when we discuss data and we work with intellectual assets management in relation to that, which is a big thing for us, then of course we are thinking in terms of how does GDPR affect this, other regulatories, and we think in terms of the resources in intellectual asset management as something that we have to, so to say, take a starting point in the regulatories and be in compliance when we set up the intellectual asset management schemes. So I think that's where we are today. So intellectual asset management still, of course, intellectual property, trademarks, but it's much broader use in contracts and organizations. And it's also about making sure that in these resources, we have a compliance-based approach to the thinking. This, of course, makes it very knowledge-driven. And it also becomes clear it's very close to universities. In the center I was running, we were quite happy with the first code. the first code that came from European Union. But I think this code is much better. And that is what we're here discussing today, how to implement it. I think it's very crucial that this work is done on European Union level. I think it helps a lot. It put the pressure on things. And I think that we can learn a lot from this recommendation. So I'm very happy to be part of this process. And of course, this intellectual asset management, we start to see now, and I think this is like my key, so to say, standpoint in this, that intellectual asset management cannot be separated from university governance. It cannot be separated from tech transfer. So it's not only commercialization, it's integrated in how you run universities. And I think this is a little bit the theme for today's presentation. 2004, we recognize that this is going to be huge. It happens a lot. And once again, digitization. So universities are going to have to deal with much more management. Because as soon as something is digital, instead of only being like knowledge or part of a book or whatever, as soon as digital, it needs to be managed. So the intellectual asset developments has to a large extent been linked to what goes on in the digital sphere. So, but it was 2004, we put together a work group of international scholars who also worked with tech transfer and said, what is the future of tech transfer in, so to say, in the world, but also coming from different backgrounds. And as we do know that the American approach with the licensing model is quite powerful, we felt that this more collaborative approach that we tended to have in Europe a little bit have to step back. So, but we put together a group. It was Henry Etzkowitz, Triple Helix Henry Etzkowitz, who's put the concept there. It was Greg Graf from Berkeley. It was Niklas Brun from Helsinki in Finland. It was, most important, Karen Hersey from MIT. It was Mats Lundqvist from Chalmers, and it was me from Gothenburg University. And we said, let's try now together, being all this meeting, all these sessions, whatever, can we see a number of models that tend to be prevailing in the development here? So obviously we had the licensing model, the Bayh-Dole thinking, which was very much that we have an invention disclosure scheme. In that invention disclosure scheme, which is like kind of an intellectual asset model, we clarified what resources that were created in the university that could possibly be patentable or controllable towards any other IP. And then we see, would this be possible to license? It was like an intellectual asset kind of management scheme centered around the tech transfer offices. So that we do know that most of our universities tend to relate to that kind of thinking. Where we come from in the Northern European setting, this kind of collaborative approach was much more sort of powerful. Researchers and research groups work together with industries. So when we set up our programs, we start to think of who's contributing what, who puts what on the table, who creates something new, and how can we, in a more collaborative way, make sure that we have a leverage in this. And we have this kind of collaborative model, which I think has been very well sorted out in the thinking of background and foreground and so forth, which also was like an intellectual asset management thinking. At the same time, all universities had this kind of pressure on them creating new firms. And here the intellectual asset management program was very much coined around what is the idea? Can we find a new idea? And the idea had to include enough intellectual asset to generate a new startup. So we did due diligence and that kind of work to sort out, is this good enough to actually be an idea that could fly? At the same time, it were more or less like, okay, we can see them as models here and how we operate, but in a way, all universities tend to do it all. So the question is, if we put all together, we have a research group, they're going to do possibly a lot of collaborative activities. Most likely, they will perhaps have new ideas, possibly even they will do licensing. So this will be part of what the research group is doing. So we need to be able to solve it all, but perhaps even more. So then we started to use the term the intellectual asset management approach, because we need to have this more integrated in universities. So that was the start of this program that I'm now is going to present a bit, the intellectual asset management thinking, where the main approach here was to say that, okay, where we are going now with what goes on in digitization and the, so to say, expectations on universities, research groups and research environments need to be much more proactive in how they manage their research in different relationships. And in that, we started off with this model, which I think for everyone who's working with innovation activities is kind of straightforward. So we typically ask ourselves, what are the research results that is important to manage, that we want to utilize in some way, needs to be managed? Then we ask ourselves, okay, in relation to our group, the opportunities we have, what social responsibility we want to take on, where commercialization is one thing, but it's the broader social responsibility. And then we ask ourselves, okay, but what does it mean in relation to what happens out there? How should we position ourselves? How should our research be positioned? How should our innovation activities be positioned? How should our utilization activities be positioned? And we focused on that. And then we focused internally, how do we make sure that we have enough individual and organizational capability to pull this off? So I think more or less anyone work with tech transfer or innovation issues would start off with kind of these questions internally. What do we have? Where do we want to go? What models should take us there? And the people and the organization enough to pull it off. But here we focused on research environments, strategic research environments in tech, medicine primarily, but wherever in the university, how do we make sure that we as an environment has this capacity? So where we tend to start off, I don't know how many projects Techlix have done, and it's very powerful. So we say we are here in the cloud, and from here you have a lot of research results, you have a relatively big and successful group, but we're going to sort out what you have that needs to be managed, the knowledge assets, in relation to where we will see what IPR assets you have. And we created a lot of programs on how to do that in a long-term way, in a quick way, to make sure that, let us make sure that we have the portfolio. So in the beginning, it took quite a long time to say, okay, but what are we really going to look for? We have to see what is valuable, right? What can create value in different aspects that needs to be managed. So we have to sort out what is valuable, distinct, communicable, and transactable. But then doing project after project after project in industry, but also quite a lot in the universities, we recognize that there are a few things we typically need to look for. The data, the databases, observation, theoretical frameworks, solutions, technical solutions, but also medical solutions or whatever, visualizations, instruction, and software. Ask for those. And when you have that kind of approach, you will quite quickly have a relatively good overview what are their knowledge assets. But you cannot stop there. It could be important to look upon it in a different way. But if we use that, we tend to see a lot. So we set up a typical definition of this. What is data, database, observation, theoretical framework, and so forth that we used? Put in the hands of us. Let's go in, do a mapping, make sure that you can create a portfolio in relation to what the research environment is doing. And then we relate it to the IPR assets. What are the patentable inventions? What are possible patent applications? And so forth. But we didn't start off with the IPR assets, we start off with the knowledge assets and then see how can the IPR asset, so to say, help that. In this, because when we focus too much, if I say I'm a law professor, I'm going to talk about intellectual assets, people will immediately think, aha, patents. No, patents is most likely not going to happen at all here. I want to understand what could be possibly controlled and needs to be managed. And if we're going to discuss intellectual property rights, we definitely want to discuss copyright first. So we use the kind of a process that we tested over and over again. And when we had a master program, entrepreneurship schools involved, and we have a lot of projects with these young students, and they can, in a very efficient way, do extraordinary work. If you're on a master's level, and we were fortunate, so we had groups together with engineers, lawyers, business students in the same groups, and having this, doing this kind of process, they could deliver a lot of results. So having the first portfolio, then can we ask ourselves, okay, but what have we promised to industry here? Collaborating with them. What could possibly be licensed? What do we want to make sure is open for mankind? Because we are in academia. We want this to be with absolutely no restriction whatsoever. It should be open for everyone. To what extent could it be commercialized? To what extent has it to be included in collaborations? These were examples of considerations that we did in relation to now the balance sheet of research results that we consider to be valuable. So the methodology can then be used to see what should be commercialized, what should be utilized in a broader sense, but even more govern openness, initiate collaboration, and deal with all these kind of background, foreground issues, and so forth in a proactive way. So working with it like that, it becomes kind of obvious that these are core academic activities. This cannot be seen. And here is research, and there is intellectual asset management. It is how to manage the research group. So the positioning, I'm not going to dig into that, but it's also very powerful if you send in analysts together with a researcher and we start to see, okay, what research do you do here? What are other people doing research-wise? Let's use patent information, research information, all possible information, and start to see what goes on in the world and how are you positioned when it comes to this research. Then we go on and use patent information and innovation information, then see what is going on when it comes to utilization and how could you position your environment in relation to that, and where are you now? And then possibly see what kind of control do you want to have? Do you want to have exclusivity? What do you want to achieve? What kind of control map? How want you position yourself there? And then have like a roadmap thinking, which many of you are familiar with, in relation to the research group. This is also very powerful to initiate for researchers of how they could drive intellectual asset management as integrated in their research processes. Then the utilization. Doing project after project, you start to recognize that there's a pattern here. If we discuss not commercialization, but social responsibility, and we focus on intellectual asset management in universities, we can start to see how they tend to think. And this resulted in this model. So we see it as a kind of a pyramid. It's 4 layers of value creation. The first layer is this, like the research environment create value by making sure that the research result is open for mankind. We use intellectual assets and property management to ensure openness in its widest extent. So the public availability. And of course, we are in academia. So we recognize that this is the prevailing model. I hope it's going to continue to be the prevailing model, because we want knowledge to be open for the full research community and mankind to a large extent. The other layer, which we've been working on quite a lot, just to give a picture that this is the activities that typically the first layer include. We write scientific books, scientific reports, conference contributions, we do educations, we do activities when it comes to popular science book, science radio TV, debate articles, and so forth. These are activities where we want to make sure that the research becomes publicly available. We use copyright, but the copyright doesn't block people from using the research result. It's a means to make it publicly available in this kind of setting. So, and I still think if we're going to assess research groups, how they create value, this needs to be there. Because this is a fundamental way, of course, for academia to create value. The other layer, which I think is also quite well tested, that we create value by offer the research results to specific stakeholders. We package the research results and we offer it to specific actors in society that could create value from it. So we say we hand it over. As an academic environment, we take it this far. From now on, it's you who have to take it further. So we work with contract research, collaborative research. We hire in adjunct professors, industrial PhDs, as ways to make sure that we can hand over researchers to specific stakeholders. Same thing when it comes to education, contract education, exam work, handbooks, so forth. We write them for specific stakeholders so they can take over our research results to create value. And then we do more, so to say, integrated commercial activities. We do licensing, development projects, consultancy services. We do different kind of partnerships where we have strategic ambition to hand over research results in different ways. And here we use intellectual asset management as a way to, so to say, hand over, and the background, foreground thinking is something that we typically have to think about in the background here. I think most of our universities have a relatively good picture of these activities. The third layer, which we have been, so to say, working a lot with for nowadays, the last 15 or even 20 years, the innovation processes, where suddenly universities cannot only publish, we cannot only hand over, we have to be involved. So we do know and recognize that if this project is actually going to create the societal value, universities has to take a responsibility where we are involved in innovation activities. And here we typically package the knowledge assets in the terms of new ideas, innovations that could be run in projects. Here I'm quite sure that we will discuss this in a more sophisticated version in a number of years, but this is how we, so say, our take was it. Universities do social innovation projects, organizational institutional innovations, IT-based product and service innovation that is integrated in the research, where we, so to say, drive the projects much longer than the research activity as such. It's into innovation, but the typical setting is research is still there. So we do these innovation projects as integrated in the research projects. And there's a lot of projects like that, actually. But then we also have educational integrated innovation. We use student innovation projects. We have different kind of entrepreneurship schools. We do innovation and we drive innovation projects, but it's part of training. And here we also have a lot. And then we do a lot of activities when it comes to, so to say, the more external interface. It could be project incubator, it could be tech transfer offices, it could be startup companies in incubators, it could be privately owned companies. Typically here, we drive the projects nearby the university. Spin out, not really spin out, it's more like spinning. We create projects next to universities and they, so to say, are dependent on being close to universities to be able to actually be turned into a proper project or firm. I think all of you recognize this, but here we drive the innovation process as intellectual asset management. The top layer, which is the most interesting one, where we create value by being part of developing the open platforms of the society. And we know that here is the paradigm shift. Universities cannot only do research and education, we have to be part of the development of the knowledge platforms of society. And we're discussing this a lot. It's like quality registers. We tend to discuss it as open access. We tend to discuss it as open innovation, open source, all platform development that we have, where we do recognize that we are creating a kind of institutional solutions for openness that is very close to universities and the data-driven approach, but it requires long-term stakes where universities engaged in how to build this infrastructure in society. And here, of course, we will have a lot of learning the years coming up, but nowadays we have more like typically thing to discuss it is in open research-driven platform, in open access and so forth.
in open educational driven platforms when it comes to e-learning and all that development, the commons thinking in general, and the more commercially oriented open innovation structures. But here we do know that we will learn a lot, and it's going to happen a lot the next couple of years here. So universities, this is my point, intellectual asset management, we have to be strategic here. It cannot be a mess. To what extent are we focused on the publicly available? How much are we going to focus on being specific to offer suggestions with research results and so forth to medical companies and other players out there? To what extent are we actually going to build up our own activities? And when are we going to be part of this strategic development of open platforms in society? What we do know, the universities here, we are our own enemies. When we are messy, we create startups with research results we promise to industry, or should be open, where everything is blocked, and people start to, the researchers are going to sue the university, and the stakeholders who invested in it. So we do know, and it's been said today a number of times, that it's a new paradigm. Universities are much more involved in the development of societies, but we have to do it in a structured way. And we have to be aware of being professional actors and professional partners. And this is what intellectual asset management is all about. The core of intellectual asset management, which makes it extraordinarily interesting. This I could talk about for a long time. But if you start to think about this, and this is really rewarding for researchers when they figure this out. If I see my research as resources, that's one approach. But I can quite soon start to see my research results as possible positions out there. So by using the clear-cut example is, here is a patentable invention, which has that position on the patent landscape. Same thing here. I have this research portfolio, which is that position on the research map and on the innovation map. So where I'm going with my research as a resource in relation to a position out there, and how much can I understand from that in relation to the research I'm now doing. And then research as value. Research as value proposition. Not only as a result, but as a value proposition that creates something, that creates value according to these logics. In relation to research results as capability, as people. So when we start to use intellectual asset management in this way, we can start to see research in a new way. Driving research is about creating capability, people. It's about creating value proposition for society. It's about creating positions on landscape, what goes on in the world, and a resource base for the university that needs to be managed. So I do hope that this endeavor that is created by the Commission is taken seriously, because it has huge potential. I'm sorry for, I think I drag out the time as always. Thank you.
Thanks both of you for sharing with us your insights and valuable expertise. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ulf. Thank you, Elena. I have heard again Ulf's presentation, so I'll address my question to Elena. You mentioned about a patent registration program. I understand that the outcome of this technological scouting program may result to, let's say, proposals for patenting projects that will be patented or ideas that will be patented. And I was wondering, how is this patent registration program funded? Funding is given to the network. This is a completely separate scheme. This was my first question. And the second question would be, from this technological scouting program, you mentioned identification of promising technologies that may be patented, if I understood well. And you also mentioned in the presentation something about policy, or this is my question actually. Does this identification of promising technologies affect the strategy of a higher education institute? It should focus on something. Is that a wider set of technologies that the network proposes to the government that, you know, like Portugal, in Portugal, we should focus on these technologies, or is it only in a higher education institute? Thank you.
So regarding the first question, ANI is the main agency in terms of funding for patent applications. So we have this national funding from European Commission, the communitary fundings, and the research teams, when they apply to those findings, they have already put in their expenses the patent process most of the times. In this program, what we do is create with them a strategy to apply this funding well, because it's not, they have the fund, most of the time they don't use it. So you have a project, we develop, and then you don't protect it, even when they have the funds. So they don't go to the TTO, they don't care, it's not a KPI of the project, so they don't do anything with that money. So what we try to do is throughout the Scouting Technological Program is to put the TTOs in touch with the research ID facilities. So in Portugal, the TTO most of the times is very overlooked by the researchers. They don't know the TTO exists. They don't go to the researchers. It's a very closed office in the university with very bureaucratic functions. So when we design the technological program, the Scouting Technological Program, what we try to do mainly is put the TTO out there in university, talking with the researchers, see what's out there, what we can do to help them. And of course, most of the times what we see is that they are in these funding programs given by ANI and other agencies in Portugal, and they are not using the funding to protect their intellectual property in the projects. Of course, not everything is patentable. So we also have a different program besides the patent is the accelerator. So if what they discover in the technological program, it's not patentable, maybe a spin-off, maybe some other startup spin-off. So we take them to the accelerator program. It's also managed by our team, by Katiuska. So we have two different lines of strategy that the TTO can choose with the research team. But we also have funding for the accelerator program in ANI. It's InnovID. We also have more national funds available, but they are not exclusively to the TTO network. They are open, but we help more closely the research projects that came through the TTO. Regarding the second question, can you repeat it again?
Actually, does this scouting and identification of technologies affect the policy of higher education institute? Does the network gathers this identified technologies to, let's say, advise the government that probably actually Portugal should focus on some technologies? Does it stay within the higher education institute or the network, or does it go beyond?
Well, we define some strategic areas where we do the scouting. So it's not open. We have 6 areas that are on the basis of our smart specialization strategy, and they do the scouting within those areas. And at the same time, these areas also are focusing within the challenges of the Pathfinder, and also based on the verticals of the horizon. So we try to build upon what we have, what is already the strategy of Portugal, and most of all, we actually were just finishing the next year. We are focusing on deep tech, on space. That was not considered in the last program because we didn't even have finished the smart specialization strategy. We just have the horizon verticals. So we are actually trying to narrow to specific missions.
I have a question for Ulf. I was wondering, do you need a critical mass of institutions, of universities in order to do this paradigm shift? Because you said you started with one university, but soon it was all academic institutions in Sweden engaging into that. And if you consider the Greek landscape as we heard it today, what is missing? I mean, skills, in terms of skills, in order to do this shift.
Yeah, so I have had the opportunity to travel around the world quite a lot in this kind of, and my main view is that the hurdles that we tend to discuss seem to be to a large extent the same wherever we go. All countries have problems with the patent issues and so forth. There is a lot of smart people that use intellectual asset management as part of what they do, so to say. So on one hand, you could say that from my point of view is that it is about mindset. We can see it a lot because when you start to think about this, it's kind of self-evident. So you can start to see that wherever you are in the world, you have entrepreneurs and others that do it and do these models and they use the knowledge that is there. So on the one hand, we have that, but then we have the other thing which you are asking for, which I would say that is the main reason for why I think your work is so critical. It is a paradigm shift. It's a professional shift. It's a need for a new profession. And this is, if we dig into it, if we work with medtech, for example, or the health services or whatever, which are key areas for research, and we dig into it from this point of view, thinking in terms of CE mark, the MDR, IVDR, GDPR, the data management, the health data in relation to how the different models need to be sorted out to different stakeholders. If you're going to create a new venture and still be a very powerful research, so to say, environment, you need really professional people. And exactly those people are the individuals that industry wants to have and are willing to pay a lot for. So how do we make sure that we build up this community of really young people that have the kind of skills that we have listened to here and stay in the university sphere and not be a high-ranked professor? And I think this you have to bring with you back to Brussels and discuss, because we didn't organize what capabilities do we need here. And my view is we need to invest heavily in capabilities. Because it's not easy. As soon as, and I've trained a lot of youngsters, right? And soon when they start to industry, consultant, McKinsey, and it's other salary checks than we have. But we do recognize that universities are so critical here. And if universities drop the ball here, it's going to have very negative impact in the small, but also when it comes to the general paradigm shift. Is it only the big American tech firms that's going to be professional enough to work with our healthcare, with our public services? The rest of us, are we just going to be considered to be too messy? It is fundamental issues for European competitiveness that needs to be addressed there. Because we do know if you have the promising projects at London University and so forth, but in there, this cannot be implemented in healthcare. Let's hear what Microsoft has to offer.
So if I can add something related to this, in Portugal, in the beginning, in 2008, we sent our TTOs to American universities, our staff. They were very young back then, 20-something years, and all of them left the universities after the internship. They some of them have stayed in the United States. A lot of them went to CERN and other very highly competitive universities and research centers in Europe. So this is a really big issue. We keep investing in our professionals in Portugal, and they all leave. And each year we have new and newer TTO professionals coming in, and it's really difficult because universities are not competitive in terms of salaries. And it's very complicated. And I think this is a policy issue that must be discussed.
Thank you for the great presentations. I would like to ask you one question, actually, in both of the presenters. First of all, in Portugal, do you have often cases of patent litigation? So, for example, the university or a spin-off from the university creates a new patent, and then somebody, a big firm from abroad, comes and litigates and tries to nullify this patent. And if is that the case, do you have the funds to defend this patent and go to a court in the States or in the UK, because they need a lot of money? And also, I would like to ask Professor Pettersson, if you have foreseen this problem in your model, in the intellectual asset management model, and if you have foreseen possibly the trolls that they will appear in Europe after the UPC, the new court, and how somebody can defend against this. Thank you very much.
So Portugal, it's a really small country in every term, so our funding is also very limited. In terms of startups and spin-offs, we are really struggling most of the times in being competitive. We have 7 unicorns, and all of them started, actually, 5 of them started with the program of TTOs back when they were in the United States. They could take one researcher with them to help them scale their ideas, their research ideas, and our unicorns come from that time. But they all got the fundings in the United States. They have the support to go there, but they all came back to Portugal, and they are based in Portugal right now. So no, we don't have a lot of funding to be competitive, but we have these programs, and we believe that they are really good opportunities for our entrepreneurs to scale, go to the United States, come back, establish in Portugal, pay high-level salaries. This is not ideal. I think that this is also a job for the European Commission to see how can we help our startups, our spin-offs stay in Europe, don't have to go to this struggle. But I believe that the TTOs are really, really, really important, and the Portuguese case is very well fundamented related to this issue.
Now, I understood your question in relation to the non-practicing entities and the troll issues. Yeah, and this is like being in this intellectual property management world for a long time. This is one of those really complicated issues that is very difficult to be, so to say, taking one side. For a while, like trolls was really bad, right? Which also say, wait a minute now, these are research firms that has a portfolio of research results they created by themselves, but they were labeled as a non-practicing entity. So there is a number of sides when it comes to this development. In general, of course, this specifically in US, but also for a number of stakeholders in Europe, this has been a big issue because, and we expect it's also going to be an issue in Europe. But what is perhaps even more interesting is the new generation of trolls. Where will data governance take us? Because like we do know access to data, which actors are going to try to use the system to put them in a position to pressure actors. And of course, universities, they have not been such an interesting target yet, but we do know that we are an easy catch. So I'm definitely of the opinion that these issues need to be addressed, hopefully not having too much of an impact in our innovation systems. I really hope so. But we have to be prepared for that. And actors like Intellectual Ventures, they have a strategy where they gather a lot and how they worked historically. And we will see new actors like that. So we do know that this is going to be a strategic question for us. Hopefully not too a big question.
Are there any other questions from the audience?
No.
Okay. So I would like to ask a question myself, if I may. Very quick.
I cannot say no.
My first question is for Ms. Rosario. Greece is a country that a majority of small and medium-sized enterprises prevail. What can we further learn from the Portugal Networking Technology Transfer Office's experience regarding the small enterprises in order to formulate an effective strategy plan with the aim to strengthen networking with the small enterprises?
Well, Portugal has a lot of SMEs also, but they are very, very difficult to engage in terms of innovation, and they are not ready to observe the innovation done in universities. So what we try to do with Open Innovation Challenge, we try to captivate one SME. It was the beginning of that process, and you had really great results. But it's really difficult. We are right now doing, we know one of the universities from the interior part of the country is doing a study to understand how can they contact more with the SMEs of their ecosystem, because they cannot do it. So it's still a challenge for us. And the National Innovation Agency actually has some funding regarding, had some funding regarding co-promotion innovation projects, where we get researchers and SMEs on the other side working together in collaborative projects, where we funded those projects and had a lot of interesting results, but also a lot of issues regarding EPR, because SMEs are not quite ready to embody those questions. And when we do this program, with the patent, we had some projects that bring on the SMEs to discuss the EPR related issues. So I think everything has to start with open awareness, open discussion, and bring the TTOs to the table from the first moment, and not in the last moment.
No. We'll discuss it, unless it's yes or no. A yes or no answer. It is. You're true. Okay, go ahead. Go again.
My second question is for Professor Peterson. Could you please give us more information about the teacher exemption and how the so-called professor's privilege applies to the Swedish universities? I think Mr. Weitz has raised the issue.
I will give you this is like a 2 days discussion, but just to give you
yes or no,
a yes or no. So it's like this, right? If you Google me, you will find that I am the professor that wants to take away the professor's privilege. But the first thing we have to recognize in this is that the Swedish professor privilege, in similar, it has one really, really positive side of things. It so to say, pushes the researchers to recognize their role in managing the research results. Because it says that you have the privilege of owning the research result paid by the state, and within the framework of the rules, you are in the position to decide. So this means, I would say, in general, Swedish researchers are much more aware of, because they actually own it, from the point of view to take on a responsibility. So from that point of view, it's very positive. The negative thing is that they own it in private capacity. So I would say that the privilege should be that you are a researcher, you have to manage your research result, you are in that position, you can have revenue and so forth, which is the idea in many intellectual asset systems. But in Sweden, the professor privilege means that when things really go bad, professor privilege is used to throw the researchers under the bus. So there's a lot of things to discuss there, positive side and negative side. And for those who don't have it, it's a lot of things to learn. So there are a lot of positives that come out of it, but also a lot of negative things. So, but it's not the coincidence that I am the professor that wants to take away the professor's privilege.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Wolf, Elena. Very interesting presentations. I will just say some practical things before we go for the coffee break. We will resume at 20 minutes to 4. And I will say this after we come back. There will be 2 trainings at the next session. The first training on knowledge valorization of intellectual assets will be presented here in the same room. For those connected remotely, they don't have to do anything. And the other training related on practical implementation of code of practice on standardization will be conducted at another room opposite to the auditorium, a smaller room for those in person. For those online, you have to push the breakout rooms button on your Zoom, and there you will find the title of this second training, and you have to press it in order to be connected to the second, let's say, small room and see the presentation and the training there. So we go for coffee. Thank you.
It's a mess.
Okay. Start. Okay. Effective management of intellectual assets is one of the key actions in an operating environment that supports innovation, creative work, which will increase the economic growth and competitiveness. It will also bring prosperity to our societies. Providing support, guidance, knowledge, and trainings to all research and innovation actors by experts in the field is crucial in order to help them develop competences, skills, and capacities, and also to understand better the environment within they operate, the market requirements, the industry trends, and the competitiveness, so as to face challenges of a rather complex and changing environment. In this session, we welcome Mr. Jakob Hart, Senior Research and Innovation Manager who works for the European IP Help Desk, to share with us his valuable expertise and knowledge. I would like to ask our guest to tell us a few things about himself before he begins his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jakob Hart, as mentioned before. I'm a Senior Research and Innovation Manager with EURES, an SME based in Germany. And we are the coordinators of the European IP Help Desk, which is a service from the European Commission. And I'm here currently with my European IP Help Desk hat today to talk a little bit about knowledge valorization of intellectual assets. First of all, I would like to thank, of course, our organizers for inviting us here, also representatives from the European Commission. I think we have Manon here today, at least in the audience. So thank you very much for inviting us. I think before I start also with my presentation, I would like to reflect a little bit on the presentations that we have already heard today, because also me sitting here in the audience and listening in, I think this was very, very inspiring and very great insights from different perspectives when it comes to the management of intellectual assets on the European level, on the European scale, but also breaking it down on an institutional level. And I will try to add on a little bit additional information, maybe a little bit more in practical terms, in terms of tools or methods that can be used for these processes. So a couple of, if the clicker works. Yeah, perfect. Now it works. So before I go into the details, just one or two slides on the European IP Help Desk. As I mentioned, it's a service initiative of the European Commission addressing current and potential beneficiaries of EU-funded projects. Of course, at the moment in the Horizon, especially in the Horizon Europe framework, but as well researchers and EU SMEs as a target group. It's a free of charge support service, so there are no costs involved. First line support on intellectual property or IP as a general topic. We give hands-on IP and innovation management support. There's a big pool of international experts, IP experts, from various regions, various countries in the European Union, also with different specialities on different thematic fields, who can really give hands-on advice for very specific questions when it comes to the topic of, or to the broad topic of intellectual property in EU-funded projects. Just one slide, we also have a lot of resources available on our website that I wanted to mention. If you're interested, you can also go to the website of the European IP Help Desk, where we have infographic fact sheets, but also case studies where we go into much more detail on specific topics, specific issues in intellectual property. We've developed guides on IP, on maximizing impact, for example, out of EU funded R&I projects. We also do have a podcast. We have audiovisual materials. So there are a lot of resources as well available on our website. So if you're interested in the topic, please visit as well our website. There's a lot of information there available. So the agenda for today, when I thought about this presentation, what I wanted to do is to try to look at specific aspects of this code of practice that was presented as well this morning, and talk a little bit about maybe concrete examples on how to put that into practice. I picked out three core topics, three aspects for the presentation. First one is establishing a strategy for the efficient management of intellectual assets. Second one, managing intellectual assets, and third one, from intellectual asset creation to the market. This will be sort of the three core sections for the presentation today. But as an, let's say, overarching scheme, and I'm very happy I picked this picture, coming here to Greece. Maybe it's debatable if it's Greek architecture or Roman architecture, but it's somehow also yesterday walking around Athens, I was a little bit reminded here of this picture. But this is sort of the scheme where I think most of the discussions, and also I think you can reflect a little bit back on the presentations that we have already heard today, can really relate this back here to this graphic. And this is at least from our point of view, something we have developed. What are the sort of foundational pieces for knowledge valorization? And we have these 5 core pillars that we usually talk about or discuss about, which are IP awareness, IP portfolio building, IP assessment, IP protection, and IP valorization. And at least from our point of view, a conceptual point of view, if you sort of use these pillars, use these steps, also in your individual strategy building, I think you cover a lot of aspects which are important. You will see throughout the presentation that these pillars, I've tried to connect also the slides to these pillars, but basically the raising awareness about the topic of intellectual property, listening to Ulf's presentation just before, also going beyond that, of course, intellectual assets, intellectual property being part of an intellectual, more general intellectual asset strategy. Then IP portfolio building, etc. And I will talk a little bit about these pillars in general. So looking at the first of these three aspects for the presentation, establishing a strategy for the efficient management of intellectual assets. We've, I think, already heard this in a number of presentations today, but also I would like to reiterate that I think, or we really strongly believe that this is key, that any work, any efforts that you do in terms of intellectual asset management need to be smart and need to have an underlying strategy. Otherwise, you're sort of working in a realm, picking certain tools, certain methods, but without a clear strategy. We believe this can go also into the wrong direction. So establishing a strategy for all intellectual assets generated in research, I'd put here in brackets collaborations, is crucial, particularly those results which are developed collaboratively and jointly owned. And I will talk about the topic of ownership of intellectual assets in a later slide as well. So proper IP strategy is essential to support exploitation of key results, establish a systematic approach to capture and manage intangible assets, for example, for technology upscaling, licensing, transfer, access to finance, etc. So the point here is really this strategic or smart strategy aspect for intellectual assets management. However, everything is any intellectual property or any intellectual property rights need action, and we've heard that today as well. Any IP that you have out of your research, that you develop out of your research, they need an action as well from your side to allow your organization to prevent competitors from using your intellectual assets that were part of your research, of your development. So ownership does not necessarily equal protection. Therefore, it's vital that your intellectual property asset be protected, managed, and enforced. There was a question, I think, in a previous session as well, especially on the enforcement and costs related to enforcement of intellectual property. And this is something that also from our point of view, I think is crucial to consider when we go back to the strategic aspect, that any time you have an intellectual property and a potentially connected intellectual property right, you have to consider potential costs as well that might come up in the future when you want to enforce these rights or this intellectual property ownership. So any IP, also any IPR, which could potentially be a patent. There are also other IPR or intellectual property rights, but patent as an example means nothing if you don't have the capacity or the capability to actually enforce your ownership, your right to this result. So intellectual property needs action. This is a key point I think we want to make here. IP protection is a strategic commercial decision. Now, also listening again to the presentations we saw it today, I think I would put now commercial here in brackets. It's not necessarily a commercial decision, but IP protection is a strategic decision. So you should always ask yourself, are there potentially commercial opportunities connected to the intellectual property? Would a protection of this IP support any future business activities? Then are the benefits greater than the costs associated to this? And if you can answer these questions, then it makes sense to invest. Of course, keeping in mind what I mentioned before, also having the capacity and the capability to enforce any IP or IPR that you own or that you have developed. One thing I wanted to mention, if we look into the topic of IP and intellectual property rights, is be aware of early disclosures. So we see this from time to time also in the projects that we are involved in. There is sometimes a dichotomy between the needs of the let's say academic world to publish as fast as possible, to put the research results out there, connected to, for example, if we have industry partners in a collaborative project who have a vested interest in a potential protection of the result. So it's key, and I think that's also one of the important points I wanted to stress, is that there is again a strategy and a dialogue between on the one side, the interest or the valuable interest of the academics to publish as soon as possible research results, and then connected interests in terms of commercialization or potentially patenting. So no dissemination, or here in my example, publishing of results should take place before decision is made regarding their possible protection. This is the point I wanted to make, and there is a proposal for a dissemination checklist. So take a decision about the protection of results and all required steps before actually going forward with the disclosure, with the publication, for example, of the results. If, of course, if the decision is that there is, not the interest or the need for a protection of a certain research result, of course, a dissemination activity in our terms publication can be done. Be aware to not infringe any third parties' intellectual property rights when publishing. And of course, the principle of open access, I think most of you are aware, is a general principle of scientific dissemination. Early disclosure, however, can also be a strategy of, or can also be used as a strategy. We call this the defensive publications. So there is a case that you publish all information regarding any intellectual property produced. So nobody else has the possibility to be granted a patent on this research, on these research results. So if you, for example, as an academic, as a researcher, and Ulf, you hinted to that as well in terms of openness, and that we want to share the information and the knowledge with stakeholders, with the wider community. There could also be an argument that you publish as soon as possible, as soon as you have the results, so nobody else can actually slap a patent on it and have it protected. I will talk a little bit now about the scientific publications and copyright protection. Was also mentioned today a couple of times. Topic of copyright. Copyright does not protect the ideas themselves, but only the concrete form of the expression of ideas. The creativity protected is the originality of the authored work. There's no formal registration process required, and copyright protection arises automatically upon the creation of the work, provided that it's original. What are copyright and related rights? So copyright protects literary and artistic works, a lot of examples, poems, novels, music, paintings, etc. But the purpose of copyrights is to protect the legal interests of certain persons and legal entities who contribute to making works available to the public. The rights granted include the ability of the owner to prohibit the copying or reproduction of his work. This includes printed publications, also sound recordings, etc. It includes the distribution to the public, that it cannot be performed in public, translated into other languages, and adapted, such as a novel into a screenplay. However, and I think this was a question previously as well, doesn't the topic of open access sort of conflict a little bit with the topic of copyright? Actually, it can coexist. So copyright and the concept or the idea or the sort of also demand nowadays from funding authorities to publish open access can coexist. However, when you apply the open access scheme, meaning that you publish in open access available repositories, copyright owners waive their economic rights, namely this list of rights that I've already mentioned. One thing, again, I wanted to highlight, there is not an obligation to disseminate, publish, or ignore IP rights. However, the dissemination of results can be postponed to allow the appropriate protection of results beforehand. I mentioned that before. Again, it should be a strategic decision. So if you want to publish, first think about, is there the possibility to protect, is there an interest by you or a potential collaboration partner to make use of the result, and then potentially postpone the dissemination. when a scientific article, research data is published, it will have to be in an open access format. In terms of open data, regarding the digital research data generated, openness is often encouraged by the funding authorities. So usually in European projects now have the demand that you also publish your raw data of your research in openly accessible data repositories, and take measures to make it possible for third parties to access, mine, exploit, reproduce, and disseminate free of charge the data. Here the point is, and this is what we see in a lot of European projects, or the sort of misconception sometimes, is that the open data concept really applies to the raw data that you develop in, or you gather in your research project. So of course, any analyzed or annotated data doesn't necessarily have to be published in an openly available access database, but really only the raw research data that you gathered in your project. Open versus unprotected or no IPR. So as a summary, copyrights protects the scientific publication. Copyright also protects the data or the creative data that you gather in your research project. The database right protects the collection if there's been a substantial investment in obtaining, verifying, or presenting the contents of the database, and other protection for other aspects of the creation and invention as well. One thing here on the right-hand side, this is a concept that we very much underline as well, is as open as possible and as closed as necessary. So this is sort of the underlying concept that we also strive for in our services with the IP Help Desk, but also in the work that we do in our project, is that of course research should be available, should be open, the results should be available to the public, unless there's a vested and clear and strategic interest in a potentially commercial exploitation of the research results. Right, skipping a little bit ahead in the interest of time, moving to the second point, or the second aspect that I mentioned, wanted to talk about a little bit, is managing intellectual assets. And one thing I want to mention is the efficient intellectual asset management, is that this management is key to accelerate the uptake of innovative solution, to develop new technologies, product, and we discussed that today as well. The objective of a management strategy is to build a portfolio of valuable intellectual assets. So sort of combining or being smart about the combination of different outputs, different research outputs into a portfolio, and then have a management approach to this portfolio activities. One thing that maybe gives sort of an additional angle, and I think we have not discussed it that much today, is what we call the key exploitable results in research projects, where we see a result or a certain output of a project that has been selected and prioritized due to its very high potential to be exploited by the partners or by an individual out of the research. Exploited here in this term, in this sense, means to make use and derive benefits of this research result, to actually bring it to an application, to the potential market, to the potential end user, etc. However, one thing I wanted to mention is the topic of ownership, which I think has not been discussed a lot during today's presentation. And we, of course, being the IP Help Desk, think that the topic of ownership is also something that has to be considered, because we see a lot of times also in the questions that we get in our helpline at the IP Help Desk, that it's sometimes difficult, especially in research collaborations between different partners, different institutions. It's difficult for them to clarify or to really have have an idea and a concept on the ownership. So who actually owns the output of a certain research project. And we see that a lot, especially in projects where there's a collaboration or public-private partnerships, where there's a collaboration between academia and industry, that there can be conflicts on ownership. So our advice, especially for say academic partners when going into research collaborations, is to be very clear right from the start on the ownership of potential future, we call these key exploitable results. Because in these collaborations, of course, there are always a number of partners who are contributing to a certain output, to a certain result. This can sort of problems can be anticipated and managed a little bit better if you anticipate that right from the beginning of a research collaboration. Usually what we advise as well to have a so-called research ownership list, especially in European projects, that towards the end you really have a clarification on the ownership, certain percentages of contribution from different partners, and then potentially as a best practice, and we've seen that from time to time now in Horizon Europe projects as well, to have joint ownership agreements then between the partners who were part of the development of a certain result, where there is already then a clear document and a clear framework on the jointly owned IP or the jointly owned result, and how this is further used, how this is further exploited, and by whom. So I mentioned, I think most of this, some results can be jointly developed by several participants. So these joint ownership agreements are usually define specific conditions for granting licenses or issues related to costs of protection and sharing of potential revenues. It should be one of the default rules in consortium agreements. Moving on to the third and last aspect, from intellectual asset creation to the market. So it's one thing I would advise or want to mention is that it's very beneficial if you can establish a clear collaboration agreement between the partners, defining in particular the scope of the collaboration, the valorization strategy, dissemination and exploitation of results, such as licensing, transfer of results, spin-off creation, etc., and the intellectual asset management strategy, covering the project's life cycle and beyond. A thorough intellectual risk analysis can also be performed, including freedom to operate analysis to identify critical components in cases where technology is to be developed, validated, and brought to the market. There could also be a case, and might also be advisable to identify potential complementary patents and negotiating cross-licensing agreements to increase the value of the developed technology for potential investors and third-party licensees, and consider engaging in collaborative license mechanisms such as patent pools, clearing houses, etc. For example, for impact licensing, but there could also be other cases and other uses. One thing, one slide which I included here, which I very much like, especially if we look from moving from intellectual asset management to actually the market, is that you should be aware of the landscape you're operating in. And we've seen this also in previous presentations today. It's again a strategic intelligence tool, and there are different aspects, I think, and these are some examples of topics. But if there if the aim is that there is actually a move from intellectual asset creation to a potential market, to a potential implementation on the market, these are some of the aspects that could be considered. So research and market competitors, and we've hinted at that at previous presentations as well. How do you position yourself in the research landscape or in the market that your result, your innovation, your technology, whatever it may be, might look at? Are there competing or complementary technologies or solutions that are already available as well? What is the maturity level of the innovation of the idea developed? What are market needs and trends? What are other research projects, other research clusters that are already existing, and how do you position within these research networks that are already there? What are potential standards and norms that you have to consider, also connected then to regulatory affairs, so that the regulatory aspect, what are valorization pathways, what are business models, what is existing knowledge and the state of the art, what are existing intellectual property rights, etc. So this is sort of the landscape that you're operating in. And if you actually want to make this step or want to make this move from a result or an output of a research endeavor to an actual market, to an actual implementation, these are things that you have to consider. An additional thing, now we move more into the topic of IP valorization, so making use of valorizing intellectual property. There are two different aspects here. One is the IPR, the actual protection of an intellectual property, and the other one is the management. We call it shield and spear. So the shield aspect or the protection is really there to defend your position, that you are in a position to be able to actually defend your knowledge, your IP, your new ideas, new concepts, new results, etc. that you have developed. Secure your market share, protect product services, create barriers to entry for other potentially partners or other institutions who develop in the same field, enhance competitiveness and avoid litigation. But this is sort of only the one side. This is the protective side, let's say, of IP or IPR management. The sort of spear side, or what we sometimes see that it's lacking a little bit in the understanding, especially in the academic research world, is that IP or IPR in particular can also you have to make use of the asset that you have. It can be used to generate revenues potentially, access new technology, exploit new markets, enhance cooperation values, enhance competitiveness, and develop partnerships and licensing relationships. So this spear is really there for different activities, different terms. You could look into sales if you have an IPR that has a commercial or that has a market value. You could go into additional research activities. You could also make it freely available. You could go into education activities, create a startup, create joint venture with other companies, with other economic actors, form strategic alliances, maybe use it for policy use, include it in an existing patent pool, use it for road mapping, etc. So there are different exploitation strategies that can be used for this valorization of intellectual property. So this brings me back to this Greek building. I'm going to call the architecture Greek now, of knowledge valorization. These are the, like I said, the 5 pillars, 5 steps that I think, if you take something away, at least maybe a little bit, that there are different steps, different pillars here when it comes to knowledge valorization. First one, IP awareness, that you should be aware there should be training activities. You should be aware of policies, activities, options that are already there, of the rules, of course, that exist, any existing agreements that are in place. And of course, potentially, if you are a multiplier at a university, at an institution, consider as well training activities for researchers, because we see the more you talk about this topic, the more knowledge you spread about intellectual asset management or IP management, especially in the scientific world, with the researchers, the better. So training activities is really, cannot stress this enough, a big or important part of knowledge valorization. Then moving on to IP portfolio building. what is the background that you already have existing in your institution? What are the foreground, the results, the outputs, the new research that you have developed? You have to capture it. And we talked a little bit about the topic of ownership, which is, I think, very important, be very clear on who actually owns, especially in research collaborations, who actually owns the output, who owns the results of these projects. Then we can go into IP assessment, IP landscaping, talk a little bit about landscaping. FTO, I think, is then the more advanced activities, freedom to operate, to really do an assessment. Should be done by an actual patent lawyer in the end, to see if there is the potential for protection of a certain research output, patentability check, and then have a clear protection strategy. Then moving on to IP protection, if there's an opportunity, if there's a market, if there's a clear partner or clear researcher or institution who has a concept and who has a strategy on how to potentially commercialize a certain output, then you can look into IP protection by trade secrets, copyrights, also patents, for example, but not necessarily. And then last but not least, making use of valorizing any IP, any result, any new output. Could be via dissemination, exploitation activities, transfer, licensing agreements, or post-project agreements. Right, then last slide, or I think second to last slide, I just want to mention there are some upcoming publications as well from the IP Help Desk. We have some bulletins on social value creation, on open science as well. We will publish a couple of case studies as well as guides. One I want to mention is the Intellectual Property Handbook. It's a guide that will be published by the European IP Help Desk. And with that, last slide, contacts. I mentioned the website where there are a lot of resources there that are available. Of course, you can also write us an email. We have a Twitter account, LinkedIn account, etc. So if you have questions, if you have follow-up questions, we can discuss a little bit now maybe, but also you can always get in touch with us. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jakob, for sharing with us your valuable expertise. Are there any questions from the audience?
That answer might be in the IP guides that I saw under publication, but just in case, do you have any templates about IP management agreements with partners?
Yeah, as far as I know, I would have to check, but as far as I know, on the IP Help Desk website, there are also certain templates for example, for collaboration agreements as an example. But of course, these always have to be adapted, so you cannot copy paste anything. I know that we are discussing a little bit about joint ownership agreements. There's no template available yet, as far as I know, but we are in the process of discussing this because, and I mentioned that the topic of ownership and especially joint ownership is something that comes up a lot also in our discussions in the IP Help Desk, and I think there is a little bit of a need for guidance, let's say, or template, or we have to see what it looks like, but we're discussing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, a question on ownership. In several countries, there are different rules concerning the ownership. Some countries' IPs belong to the university, in other countries to the researcher, or maybe there are more flexible systems elsewhere. So we are wondering if there is any correlation between the regime ruling ownership and innovation performance if there are some benchmarks at the European or international level showing that one system is, let's say, better than the other, or it is totally independent from the regulations. Thank you.
Very interesting question. I don't know of any benchmark or any assessment that is already available. I mean, just off the top of my head, a number of years ago, I started working in this European research environment at a German university in the, let's say, administration or tech transfer field. And I remember that back then, and this is more than 15 years ago, there was already this discussion or this demand by the research, and this is now very specific to Germany, but this demand of the researchers that they should be the ones who are owning the results, the outputs of their research, which was at that time not the case in Germany. I personally believe that there might be a correlation between, you know, if the researcher is the one who owns the results, that there might be a correlation that there are more activities in terms of what we call this exploitation or making use of the results. I had the feeling, but this is not, I'm speaking off the record from this one case that I know, that a lot of the results were sort of left because they were assigned to the university, they were left in the drawer, and nothing happened. And you know, there was no continuation or no making use of the result. And I personally had the feeling at that time that if you would leave it to the researchers, there would be more activities, so it would be more inclined. But you know, I cannot speak of any statistics or any benchmarking in that case.
Yes.
No, I'd like to follow up on this discussion. It's a big topic, right? So the clearance issues. I think that, and I like the way that you presented it, that you like we have to require this kind of proactive title clearance, because like we do know that as soon as a number of researchers have been involved and you haven't had an IP assessment approach to it, you know that it will be a mess. So you need this kind of a proactive title clearance thinking, which you addressed and said it is necessary. So I think that's very, very good to push that. At the same time, in relation to your question, I think I wasn't looking for her first name. I think she's Lunovo, I think her surname is. She's a researcher in Finland working a lot with the IP management, and she was one of the key persons in Nokia. And she wrote the thesis about how to think in terms of portfolio management in a global setting. And so she, as far as I understood it, she has done a relatively big survey of how industries and universities think around this, to see how to relate to this kind of different systems. And that the core in this, which is of course extraordinarily challenging, is the fact if you start off with say we have an invention, yeah, but is it one invention? Do you have the Swedish invention, the German invention, the Chinese invention, the Russian invention? Each jurisdiction define the invention. So we have to, and this makes intellectual property to its nature very complex. So we tend to simplify it for ourselves and say one invention, one intellectual asset, but in the end of the day, it has to be addressed in relation to the jurisdiction. And that makes it sophisticated to its nature. But her thesis, which I was an opponent on, is the most advanced I've seen when it comes to this, how to manage it. I think she's Marie Leonovo. And she wrote that her thesis was about this.
Anyone else? And the question from me, Jacob, would it be possible for you to share with us what is the most popular training request in the IP platform?
In the IP help desk?
Yes.
Yeah. So we get a lot of requests, especially from small and medium enterprises, from startups, on mainly two different aspects. So the first one, and we see this now with Horizon Europe even more, that there is a lot of engagement of SMEs in these projects. And they want to know how they deal with the topic of intellectual property when they join in a collaborative research project. So exactly what we discussed a little bit today, the topic of ownership, of joint ownership, how they should deal with the background that they bring into the project, how much should they disclose, how much should they keep to themselves, what would be a good strategy also in terms of consortium agreements. So there is a lot of, let's say, interaction or requests from, especially from SMEs, which may be not necessarily have already an existing clear strategy in terms of how they deal with their IP or when they collaborate with projects. And I think the second point, it's less a request for training, but it was something that I mentioned previously, but it was also mentioned, I think, in Ulf's presentation, on another presentation before, is the costs associated to the management of IPR. So when we talk about, especially about patents, and again, I want to stress that from our point of view, it does not make sense to apply for, to get a patent granted if you don't have the necessary means and the necessary capacity to actually enforce it. And this costs euros. This costs fees, lawyer fees, etc. So again, have a clear plan and have a strategy. Just don't apply for a patent because you want to have a patent, but it has to be connected and it has to be integrated into a larger strategy and a larger approach.
Thank you very much. So, if that is all, and unless there is something else anyone would like to add, I would like to thank you all for your participation. And I'm looking forward to see you all here in Athens soon.
Thank you.
Γεωργία περίμενα. So, I think everyone is tired. A lot of information. I see also the remote participants must be tired. Fell quickly to about 20. Anyway, if I could wrap up in a few words, I know everyone is tired. I'm also tired. I could summarize, let's say, the main outcomes of today's event. We started with the minister, Mr. Senetakis, setting the overall policy approach regarding knowledge valorization, and we also heard what we involved in some certain things, like probably my former colleague Agni knows that the R&D expenses have surpassed 3 billion, which is for Greece at least something new. And I'm talking about R&D expenditure. I'm not talking about intensity, because I do not want to relate it to GDP, though this for 2022, that year, we had a big increase in GDP, which means that the denominator increased, but still the overall percentage was high. Anyway, something is going good, I think. Then I skipped Mr. Nunes is the president. Maybe I should refer. It was interesting to hear the activities. He referred to many activities of the Research Center Democritos, and I think we all know how active the Research Center is. I heard about a new European company being established, and that was amazing, among other initiatives. Then we had the Secretary General for Research and Innovation presenting in detail initiatives undertaken by the Greek government to promote the guiding principles, and we heard his dedication for continuing efforts for further implementing the principles. I have some notes, actually, yes. We also had Mr. Droll. As I said, I only mentioned some of the points I've written down. We're expecting 2 more codes, if I understood correct, Yannis and Manon, on industry, academia cooperation, and citizens engagement. I remember something. And then we moved to the last part of the morning session where, no, we had actually the presentation by you on the codes of practice on intellectual assets management and standardization, with some concrete, let's say, examples, I think really useful. And then we moved on to an interesting workshop. I think Katerina Pramatari really has the ability to engage people in this conversation regarding technology transfer. And we heard, I switch again because probably I should miss some things. And the interesting thing was that, first of all, there was a discussion that everyone wanted to discuss, actually, but okay, I'm the bad guy, I had to stop the discussion. We heard Katerina giving an overview of the Greek ecosystem in respect to research commercialization, and Ms. Sofia Pamakidou gave her perspective and actually problems that she faced as a researcher founder, while Ms. Sofia Magia and Mr. Christos Vaitsis gave the perspective of technology transfer offices. Working at hub level, I have written down from Sofia, and I think this is one of the messages we want to convey based on this event. How can we measure impact? I think this is also very important, because it's an issue that we face when designing the new call for technology transfer offices. The managing authority said, okay, there are some, let's say, standard indicators. I looked for indicators, and okay, I found one saying about patents, measuring patents, patent applications. This is a good thing that finally there is a indicator there, but there are many other aspects in measuring the activity of a technology transfer office, and I think more difficult, the impact of this activity. But still, there is an activity. And this is something that should be researched, let's say, to define, to have a set of indicators. This is not a wrap-up. This is my opinion. To have a set of indicators, common indicators, if it would be possible across Europe, for technology transfer offices to select, okay, I won't use 10 or 20 indicators, but this is a well-defined indicator. I know how to measure activity, I know how to measure impact, and I will select, according to how mature I am, some of these indicators. Otherwise, everyone will measure whatever he wants. Then we moved on to the afternoon session. We had two good practices. We heard two good practices. One from Portugal, country with similarities like Greece, but it seems they're advancing at least on the issue of technology transfer. And we heard about the network they had formulated and the expertise that this network offers in 3 domains. I think that particular example, best practice, could give useful insight for the design of the next call, as well as the network of TTOs in Sweden that we learned through the mutual learning exercise. Thanks again for having this MLE. We also heard from Professor Ulf Petersen talking about the development of intellectual property management and presenting a model for that. I wrote down the caption: utilize, position, organize, rectangles that he mentioned. I think he was referring to the higher education institutes. I have written, we have to be professional partners. I didn't know what I had written down. We have to be professional partners. He was referring to higher education institutes. And I think this is one of the good messages. And then we concluded with parallel sessions, the trainings on knowledge valorization of intellectual assets and the practical implementation of code of practice on standardization. I joined the last training on the code of practice, and I think it was something new for me. We have to collaborate with other agencies to see how we can promote the standards and the code of practice in general. I don't know what it has been said, Katerina, on your training. If you want to say 1, 2 messages here on the or on the mic.
We talked about the IP help desk platform, and Jakob gave advice for the researchers and for the people who work on SMEs, how to submit their requests. And we also asked about the requests, the most popular requests, because perhaps we have to shape a strategy on this.
Okay, so thank you all for having the strength and the endurance to stay so long. I think the purpose of raising awareness was fulfilled. I think so, because we had participants, and I'm happy that we had participants remotely from various regions, which means that the message was passed to these participants. Hopefully, we started some we initiated, at least I hope we initiated, some further discussions with other authorities, or the promotion of the guiding principle and the codes could be also further, these guiding principles and the codes could further promote it, because it requires actions from all the stakeholders, not just from General Secretariat for Research Innovation. As we said in the beginning, it is a combined, let's say, effort of all stakeholders. So, with that, I close. Thank you. I know it was tiring, but let's hope